by the river. I'm about to tell you what the real is, Deep down inside you got to feel it. Emotions have the most number of killings, Pay close attention to your feelings, I'm about to tell you what the deal is. And when I'm talking, all I'm hearing is some cricket. Yeah, hurry honey, run and get your ticket. Just getting money is not always the business.
I'm having technical difficulties here, y'all. Forgive me. Something's going on. It looks like I'm not on YouTube. I made some kind of, oh, there we go. He popped up. All right, y'all. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. Oh, there we go. All right. How y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. And don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. How y'all feeling? Name of the show today is Asylum with No Walls. So imagine an asylum with no walls. You can't distinguish the difference between the doctors and the patients because they're all dressed the same. The patients roam around freely among the doctors. Try to imagine what that would look like. Yeah, I'm gonna just leave that there and let y'all contemplate on it. Maybe I'll come back to it, but asylum with no walls, and the patients and the doctors dressed the same, and they're roaming around. There's no walls. There's no security. What would that look like? I'm just trying to get you to think about something. Anywho, let's jump into it. Since I'm a few minutes late and I freaking had technical difficulties at the beginning, let's just go. What I think I want to do, let's look at an AP article first, and then we're gonna go to Instagram. Let's see here. From the river to the sea. We'll probably get into that a little bit because Rashida Tlaib was censored this week for saying those words, from the river to the sea. Surprising that the conservatives are so on censoring people now. It seems like they were all about First Amendment just like a few weeks ago. Funny how time changes things. Oh yeah, I do want to talk about FBI seizes iPad from New York Mayor Eric Adams in escalation of fundraising investigation. I have a clip on that too. I don't like that guy. So any news about that guy like that's negative, I'm just jumping on it. I'm just hey, it is what it is. Let's just look at these headlines. It says Hollywood Actors Union Board approves strike-ending deals as leaders tout money gains and AI rights. So apparently the writer strike ended a couple weeks ago, I want to say, and so now the actors part has ended also, and they won some concessions apparently. It says Anchorage adds to record homeless death toll as major winter storms drop more than 2 feet of snow. Oof. I don't want to be there. I don't want to deal with the snow, you know? We get hurricanes over here in my neck of the woods, and I'd much rather deal with a hurricane than a freaking blizzard. I'm not dealing with no blizzard, y'all. What is that? I don't care. Yeah, and I don't care about that one either. Let's see. Wisconsin judge orders a Wisconsin judge orders the former chief justice to turn over records related to impeachment advice. That's kind of interesting. This one, it says Republican faction seeks to keep courts from interpreting Ohio's new abortion rights amendment. So they don't want the courts to interpret the Ohio's new abortion rights amendment. So it's like, that's interesting. Democracy at work. This one, it says Mitch McConnell, standing apart in a changing GOP, digs in on his decades-long push against Russia. Is this guy still coherent? They call Biden the mashed potato. Mitch is the lumpy mashed potato. God forgive me. God forgive me. Uh, let's see. Was that the one about the guy? Oh yeah, I was kind of avoiding this story because it's freaking sad. It says pastor suicide brings grief and warnings of the dangers of outing amid erosion of LGBTQ rights. A small-time Alabama mayor and pastor killed himself after a conservative news site reported he had a social media persona where he dressed in women's clothing while wearing a wig and makeup. Really, really sad story. The internet jumped on this, and this kind of went around for a little while, and I was like, yeah, and I still don't feel comfortable covering that. I don't think I'm gonna cover that. How y'all feeling out there? Y'all feeling good? Creeping on in here. You never know what you're gonna get. it's, it says the Great Grift. COVID-19 aid thieves bought fancy cars and Pokemon card, even a private island. Yeah, I saw this. There's a guy. He's going to jail. Is this the one about him? Patrick Parker Walsh is one of thousands of thieves who perpetuated the greatest grift in U.S. history, potentially plundering more than 280 billion in federal COVID-19 aid. I think this is the story about that guy. He's going to jail. If this is the story about the guy I'm thinking about, they already convicted him. I think he's in jail now. Like he already been found guilty and everything. Dude tried to buy an island and shit with the money that he stole from you know the COVID-19 situation. Yeah, a lot of people flipped that money, man. A lot of people started businesses. I know people who I was talking to somebody at work today about the we was talking about the taco trucks, like the food trucks deal. And yeah, I know at least one person who started a food truck after COVID-19. Like that's something cool. And it's like that's the direction a lot of things are going in. Like the dude I was talking to at work, he was saying like these taco trucks are kind of competing with restaurants, given the prices that they do. Like some of these taco trucks, yeah, the prices are pretty damn up there. Like I don't know if the quality of the food is the same as you would get at a restaurant, but you're totally getting that. Like they're getting those, they're selling, and a lot of people are going to them. Like there's some cool ass taco trucks. I ain't gonna lie. And when I say taco trucks, I don't mean just tacos. I mean just like a food truck. They got some cool ones out there. Anyways, am I losing y'all? Let's get into some stuff. Um, I like to start off slow. Pretty much everything I do that way. Can y'all hear me? I like to start off slow. The last show, my internet jumped out, and I was freaking talking to myself for I don't know how long. I wish it was some kind of app or something I could put on here that let me know when I'm not on? Because I wasn't on for the longest time before I finally realized that I wasn't on. Because I was looking at a different screen, and even my screen didn't show that I wasn't on. Oh shit, let me get this off the screen before I fucking get demonetized up in here, even though I ain't even monetized.
Now HPD is looking for these two people and this white Mazda 3 hatchback. This surveillance video showing the moments leading up to the deadly shooting. Police say these two people were in the street with a tripod. And in the brief video released and edited by police, you could see two other men approach them.
Words were exchanged and things started to escalate. Things were getting heated.
In the video, you can see the 20-year-old being held back. The 20-year-old gets close to the other two, and that's when police say this person in a costume pulls out a gun and shoots him.
The shooter that we believe is responsible, white individual. We are uncertain of gender at this point. Long hair, appears slim in build, and at the time of the shooting was wearing a yellow and black costume.
Right now, HPD is looking for these two people and this white Mazda 3 hatchback. This surveillance video showing the moments leading up to the deadly shooting.
He said, we're not sure of gender at this point. They got a whole video and they're not sure of gender. Wow, that's the world we're living in now. ABC 13 said Houston police said the victim visited several bars downtown with a group of relatives before the altercation. He reportedly approached two strangers standing with a tripod, including the suspect, who was wearing a yellow and black costume with a tail and a hoodie. So that's that person. Was it the other person that pulled the trigger? H-Town, man. H-Town is wild, man. Whenever you hear on the news, they tend to talk about other cities, you know, freaking it's wild in H-Town too, man. It's a lot of people here. Everybody is strapped. A bunch of crazy stuff goes on here. I'm surprised that you know, we don't show up when it comes to like wild cities, because we're definitely one of them. Let's read some comments. It says, it really blows my mind how people can shoot and kill someone in the middle of downtown and the police can't figure out who they are. Another one that says, you can only use deadly force and defend yourself only if you are at risk of great bodily injury or die. If the other dude didn't have a gun, then you can't just shoot to kill. The amount of force has to be equal. You know, they can use the argument that, you know, I fear for my life. I don't know if he had a gun. I don't know what he was trying to do. He was approaching me. He was being aggressive. And I felt like I had to do what I had to do. You never know, man. You know, these kind of cases, you never know. You'd have to get the information out. And if you had a good enough lawyer, you might actually be able to beat this. You know, there was some aggression coming from the other person. So I'm not saying it's justified, because just from this video, it doesn't look like it is to me. And people tend to go all the way over the top. And then, you know, I think it's the scariest people who do stuff like this, you know. They're scared. That's why they do it. Scary ass fucker. Shouldn't even have a gun if you're scared. If you're scared, go to church. Let's read this one. It says, that's a woman who possibly feared for her life. I see that male approaching the woman aggressively. This was self-defense. And see, that's what I was saying, that the argument that they could use. Another comment, it says, no one is going to talk about the victim's relatives taking him to several bars, getting him liquored up. They enabled this. If you knowingly take a violent drunk out to bars, you pretty much get what's coming to you. I hate comments like these. Like, this is a heartless ass comment right here. Like, you know, and, you know, I mean, they're halfway right as far as, like, you know, but you can't blame his relatives or whatever. Like, they, you know, they were having a good time, whatever they was doing, you know, going to different bars, you know, partying or whatever. Like, they don't know this guy's gonna freaking, like, people act crazy. That's the reason why these damn guns is where I have a problem with, because the gun made the situation deadly. You know, people get drunk and act crazy. That happens all the time. But they live to see another day. You put a gun in the mix, and then that night of partying was their last night partying. And I don't condone the behavior. I don't condone it. But when you're young, they look young too. The young folks, they get too drunk, and they get wild, and they get crazy. They do stupid stuff, man. That shouldn't mean that their life ends. Another comment says, self-defense is cool. Being scared is fine, but why are you running? Another one says, Chicago 2.0. Thank you, Democrat leaders. Whatever, bro. This is not, you cannot, no, you can't say that here about Houston. Houston is conservative as hell. Houston is, you could say, there's a district, the Houston district is Democratic, but nah. This is Texas, and Texas is red state. But it is wild here, like I was saying. That's kind of dumb how people like to do that with that this city is Democratic or this city is Republican or whatever, and then you want to say that's the reason why they have crime or whatever the hell. It's just these people that like simple answers, They like simple answers. They don't really like to think things through and look at data and information and really kind of work it out. It says underestimated the nerds. Laughing emoji. Another comment says, by now, people should know playing with anyone out here can result in loss of life. It's not hard to just walk away and remove yourself from pending chaos. That is true right there. That is a very true comment. So, fuck around and find out. Don't be acting like you Teflon, you never know. You never know these people, man. Just chill. Those people in the customs, they didn't look like they were being aggressive in any kind of way. What the hell were they doing? What the hell did the guy get upset about? He was probably just drunk and just being retarded. Look at this craziness right here.
You two this, Shut it down right now! Mark Zuckerberg is not done! Give me some food! I own all these food! Give me some food! Don't make me call racist truck on you! Give me some real food! Give me some food!
He's coming out. He's cooking your boy.
Idiot, give me some fries. Give me that bag of fries right there. I'm gonna grab your head. Grab me that bag of fries right there.
What fries do you need?
That bag right there.
Okay.
Both bags. Both bags is stupid. It's coming for 3 months. Stupid whore. Don't know the stupid whitey again, you ain't taking a little country white or black. Go! You two this. You two this.
Wow, just wow. What is going on? It is craziness. This dude was like, give me some food. He tore all this stuff up, and they actually gave him some food. I'm sorry for laughing at this, because this is not really funny. This is really it's really kind of scary. It looked like he was about to climb in through the window too. It's dude apparently was hungry. How ironic is it to be at McDonald's talking about give me some food? You're not gonna get real food up out of here anyways, bro. You're in the wrong place. Ugh, it's always McDonald's, right? The people that go to McDonald's, I feel for the people who work at McDonald's, bro. Imagine all of the little clips that we see in the videos. Imagine the regular mundane stuff that happens, that don't make it into videos and go viral and shit. Like they was pretty scared of this dude. I wouldn't have gave him nothing, bro. I wouldn't have gave him nothing. He came in there tearing up stuff, throwing stuff at me. Bro, you're not getting nothing out of me like that. I'm really surprised they gave him anything. It's like, that's not how you ask for stuff. Oh man. Was this dude high? Was he drunk? What was going on? Like, he didn't want none of them sodas. He wanted some damn McDonald's fries. Like, give me some food. Was he robbing the place? Like, he just robbed him of some French fries, 2 bags of fries. He's like, give me them fries right over there. Give me them fries right there. I'm going to keep tearing up stuff. Wow, this is crazy. Bro. Nah, he wouldn't have got nothing from me. He would have got some stuff thrown back at him. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, you have to be careful. People are crazy. Could have had a gun or whatever. I don't give a damn, though. I wouldn't have gave him a damn thing. I wouldn't have gave him nothing. Wouldn't have got nothing from me. Nope. You can get the police. That's who I'm calling right now. Like, let them keep wilding out till the cops get there. Like, bro, no. You just tore up everything. He catching a case too. Like, they're gonna definitely find this guy. Like, this is a clear ass video. Somebody probably got his license plate or whatever. The drive-through, man. I was in high school. I worked Jack in the Box, and I worked the drive-through window through graveyard shift. And freaking, I saw some crazy stuff. But it may have been because of where I was at. I was on Montrose. I was at that Jack in the Box over there for Montrose. So, you know, and it's a lot of homeless kids was out there, a lot of like craziness going on out there. So, but every night it was something. Like, every night it was something. Like, the drive-through fast food restaurants, like, and y'all like don't want these people to get paid. Look what they got to deal with. Like, do you have to deal with this kind of stuff at your job? Like, this is probably a Monday for these people that work at McDonald's. This is a Monday, bro. So, can y'all hear me? I'm talking to myself. Kind of got anxiety. Don't have nobody in here. So, Isaiah Carey posted this. He said, the McDonald's in Maryland. Let's read some comments. It says, fresh pot of coffee coming up. Telling you. Another one that says, why would they give him food instead of calling the police? I'm sure they did call the police, but why did they give him food? I don't know. That's the question I have too. I wouldn't have given him anything. That's not how you act when you want something. Like, you hungry, you need some French fries, like tearing stuff up. I guess that's the world we're living in now. It's opposite world, you know. Being nice gets you nothing. So you know, tear up everything and say, give me some food, and then you actually get what you want. Like, got what he wanted and left. Like, he had just paid for them fries. Another comment that says, must have been really hungry. After this behavior, he would have been served a McFelony. Yeah, I don't know if these are going to be felony charges. They probably could charge him for theft, some kind of robbery. Like they can't say armed robbery, but they could probably call it aggravated. Shit. Another comment says, he would have found out why Fire Marshal Bill said, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Yeah, man, them grease. Wouldn't have got some fries. You would have got some grease. Another comment says, couldn't have been the McDonald's in the hood. I'm telling you, it would have lit them up. Hot grease coming right up. Another one that says, is it crack in the food? Another comment says, sometimes violence is the answer. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, the dude was hungry. He was like, I'm going to go get. Did he premeditate this? I'm gonna get violent up in the drive-through window. I bet you they give me some fries. Another comment it says, well, a Caucasian temper tantrum in full effect. They want their way and won't even be punished. I doubt it. I'm willing to bet this dude is gonna catch it from this. Like, nah, the video is clear as day. Somebody see the video, they're gonna know exactly who this guy is. They're like, "That's Bill. That's Bill from the old farm store." Like, why Bill wilding out like that, man? You know what? I wonder if there's a reward. Let me call these people and let them know that was Bill. They can go pick him up. He over there at his house right now. I just saw him. Another comment says, "This would be interesting. Witness in Texas. This would be a very different ending." I'm telling you, I said the guns make a difference. Freaking the person working behind the counter in the drive-through window could be concealed carry strap. Another comment says McFelony. Another one that says, "This is why they locked the window, but he would have been arrested, not fed." Another one that says, "Hope they find him and make him pay for all that equipment he just broke. Glad nobody was hurt. I worked as a manager for 25 years and I've seen it all." Telling you. So yeah, there probably are like whatever stuff he damaged. That's what happens. Like you get into a fight in a store, like a corner store, and y'all are fighting each other and y'all damage property. That's what they're gonna get you for. They're gonna charge you for whatever the cost, and they're always gonna pad the cost. The person in the store is gonna be like, "Yeah, that potato chip rack, that shit was worth $2,000. Yeah." Another comment says, "Yeah, they should have tried that in the good old Waffle House. It most definitely would have ended differently." Yeah, and it don't matter which Waffle House you go to. Yeah. Anyways, let me move on. Debauchery right here. What is wrong with people today? I'm gonna come back to that. They're talking about what's his name? Let me see. Do I have something that's not too heavy? Oh, this is the guy right here I was mentioning earlier. It says a businessman allegedly stole nearly $8 million in COVID relief aid to buy a private island in oil fields. Wow. Florida businessman and father of 11 children, Patrick Parker Walsh, is serving 5.5 years in a federal prison for stealing nearly $8 million in federal COVID-19 relief funds that he used in part to buy Sweetheart Island, a 2-acre uninhibited patch of paradise about a mile off Florida's Gulf Coast. He also bought luxury goods and oil fields in Texas and put a down payment on a Wyoming home, prosecutors said. Wow. Well, shit, I guess you do it big, you do it big. You can buy an island. He was like, okay, he only got 8 million. Like, you can buy an island and still have money left over. Like, shit, these islands going for cheap, I guess, huh? Off the coast of Florida. So he said, how long did he get? 5.5 years in federal prison. I wonder, did they take the money or the stuff that he bought or whatever as a result? Because them 5 years might be a freaking good deal, right? Actually, right? Because you get out of jail and you get to still have your stuff or whatever and have somebody keep it for you or whatever when you get out. Shit, I don't know. Hey, I'm thinking like a criminal right now, I guess. But anyways, 8 million in federal COVID-19 relief funds. He bought an island, 2-acre island. He bought luxury goods, oil fields in Texas. Wow. At least he was spending the money on good stuff, right? Like you got people out here who would have just went to spend 8 million at, I don't know, Louis Vuitton store or something. Saks Fifth Avenue. They just went wild. Guess he was thinking about he was buying stuff that was gonna make him some money. These criminals, man, a lot of people freaking won off of that freaking COVID-19 shit. Let's read some comments. It says, but Social Security, Medicaid, food stamps are the problem, please. Another comment, it says he deserves a longer prison sentence. Hopefully, all of his assets are seized. That's what I was saying. I wonder if they did. And yeah, he only got 5 years. Like, that's crazy. There's a case where the dude, where did the dude steal? A fucking backpack or some shit? He ended up in jail forever. Like, it's weird how that's the case. It's like corporate crimes. When you do these big, huge corporate crimes, you get a little bit of time. But if you freaking steal a bag of Skittles out of the corner store, you fucking get 15 years or some shit. Justice system. Another comment, it says, I'm willing to bet he's a Trump supporter. I don't know how you get that from that. Another comment, it says, most large corporations get greedy during COVID, and we all see it now with record-breaking profits. That's kind of beside the point, but yeah, I think that's what's driving inflation right now. Another comment says, hope the feds will seize all of his assets. I'm telling you, because if they don't, then he really kind of won. 5 years in a federal prison, that's going to be soft. That shit going to go by fast. Get out and still have that shit. Another comment says, I blame the system that allowed it to happen when others who really needed the money couldn't get it. Honestly, doesn't pay in this country. Another comment says, this makes me sick. So many people that actually really needed that money to stay afloat, like daycares and other small businesses. What a shame. Another comment says, not long enough time in prison. Maybe he can bump with Trump. No, you guys are so sure Trump is going to jail. I'm not so sure. Another comment says, should have gotten more than 5.5 years. I agree. Totally agree with that. Another one says, unless they leave him penniless, he got off too light. See? Another comment says, I hope they seize all his assets. Absolutely deplorable and disgusting. Must be a trumpeter. Another one is saying that. How did I get that, though? I don't understand how that relates to Trump. Another one says, it's always Florida. Another one says, he's a registered Republican and MAGA, of course. How do y'all come to, if it's true, it's true, but how do y'all get that from this story? Reply to that comment, it says, you do know that plenty of registered Democrats did the same, right? Yeah, I don't see how that's a Republican or Democrat thing. That's a theft thing. It's a shady person thing. It says, and he's probably not vaccinated too. LOL. That's kind of funny. Another comment says, what a guy, should have more time. Making America great. Why is it always in Florida? Yeah, so this headline could say, Florida man stole nearly $8 million in COVID relief aid to buy private island on oil fields. Let's see, do we have something else light before we get heavy? Talking about how they stole the Hispanic vote. Probably come to that right now. There goes old buddy. Let's go ahead and do that. It says the FBI seized the electronic devices of New York City Mayor Eric Adams. I have nothing to hide, Mayor Adams said, denying any wrongdoing. So ABC News posted this. It says, breaking, the FBI seized the electronic devices of New York City Mayor Eric Adams as part of a federal investigation. The mayor's office confirmed that the seizure took place on Monday. The mayor has denied any wrongdoing. Yeah, I bet. I don't like that guy. Don't like him. Let's see. Let's go to this article so we can learn a little bit more about this guy and this situation that he's in. So let me make sure y'all can hear me. So, okay, this is an AP article titled FBI seized phones, iPad from New York Mayor Eric Adams in escalation of fundraising investigation. So yeah, so it's about the money. He was getting shady money. So by Jake Offenhartz, November 10th, 2023, says FBI agents quietly seized phones and an iPad from New York City Mayor Eric Adams early this week as part of an investigation into political fundraising during his 2021 campaign, his attorney disclosed Friday. The seizures happened as Adam was leaving a public event in Manhattan, occurred according to the statement from the mayor's attorney, Boyd Johnson. So yeah, if they already know something, if they're taking your iPad and your phone, like they already know something, and they're just looking for like some kind of concrete something to seal their case, you know. And they probably already know it's there. They just need the hard document. It says on Monday night, the FBI approached the mayor after an event. The mayor immediately complied with the FBI's request and provided them with electronic devices, Johnson said. The mayor has not been accused of any wrongdoing and continues to cooperate with the investigation. It says the seizures of the devices, first reported by the New York Times, came 4 days after federal agents searched the Brooklyn home of Adams' top campaign fundraiser, Breonna Suggs. That search prompted the mayor to cancel a planned trip to meet with White House officials in Washington and instead return to New York. I remember when they said that. It says in a statement on Friday, Adams and former police captain said he had nothing to hide. As a former member of law enforcement, I expect all members of my staff to follow the law and fully cooperate with any sort of investigation, and I will continue to do exactly that, he said. Yeah, so as a former member of law enforcement. So, yeah, do you follow the law? Just because you were a former member of law enforcement doesn't mean you follow the law. Freaking campaign donations. That's really what's going on here. Like, we got corruption left and right. I'm gonna cover it probably a little bit, but Biden, the heat is coming on Biden more and more and more. So, but then look at this though. Look at this. So the two top contenders, well, Biden is already president, but we're about to have an election. So the two top front runners for the next election, both are in trouble, or getting looked at for doing shady stuff like corruption type stuff. So, but what does that say about us? What does that say about, our politics? What does that say about our politicians? It's like corruption, corruption, corruption is what it says. And then you look at, if you really want to understand, the shadiness and why things are the way that they are, you look at the campaign donations, you look at where the money is coming from, you see how they vote on certain bills or whatever, and then you go and check and see who gave them the biggest donations, you know, when they were trying to get elected. And then you have to ask yourself, why does it cost so much too? Like the elections have blowed up in the amount of money that they spend to run for office. It's getting crazy. Even smaller offices now, it's costing a lot of money to get in there. So then there goes, it's the shadiness that's going on. We need to take the big money out of politics. We need to have a level playing field for the people who are running for office and put a cap on the amount of money that they can spend for their freaking election. We also don't need to be having these drawn out 2 year long ass fucking campaigns that happen. Like, these people gotta have uh, radio ads, they gotta have TV ads to even have a chance. And this stuff costs money, and it's like only the shadiest people are the ones that's getting the money to be able to freaking get in there, and that's how we end up with the shady people winning. Let's see. It says the revelation of the seizure is the clearest evidence yet that federal investigators are interested in Adams, who has previously kept an arm's length distance from ethics scandals that have dogged several of his associates. Yeah, birds of a feather. Adams, a Democrat, said nothing publicly about his phones being seized when he met with reporters on Wednesday and insisted he wasn't aware of any wrongdoing by members of his campaign team. He said he would be shocked if anyone on his campaign acted inappropriately. But in his statement Friday, Adams' attorney said that he had discovered that an individual had recently acted inappropriately. His campaign spokesperson declined to identify the person involved or say what they did wrong. Okay. After learning of the federal investigation, it was discovered that an individual had recently acted improperly. In the spirit of transparency and cooperation, this behavior was immediately and proactively reported to investigators, Johnson said, offering no further details. Okay. Representatives from the U.S. Attorney in Manhattan and the FBI both declined to comment. The focus of the investigation hasn't been publicly disclosed by the prosecutors, but a search warrant obtained by New York Times indicated authorities are examining whether the Adams campaign conspired with the Turkish government to receive donations from foreign sources, funneling through straw donors. That's one of the things that's wrong with what is it, Citizens United. It's like in this dark money that comes in, and you don't even know where the money is coming from. That's why they use these what do they call them? What do they call them? These PACs. These PACs. So people can donate to the PAC, and then the PAC can donate to the corporate, to the campaign, and that way there's a degrees of separation from the people who shady folks who want to influence elections or whatever. Like, and sometimes you could probably dig and dig and dig and still don't know who it was, because the money will come from a corporation or whatever. So it's like, then you got to look at the owners of the corporations, and it's like trying to figure out where the hell the money came from is a problem sometimes. The warrant also requested information about Adams' use of New York City's matching funds program, which provides candidates with an 8-fold match of city residents' first donations. Over the summer, Manhattan prosecutors brought charges against 6 people who allegedly sought to manipulate the fundraiser program to funnel tens of thousands of dollars to Adams' 2021 mayoral campaign. Adams hasn't not been charged in that case. A campaign spokesperson said the FBI has since returned some, but not all, of Adams' devices. Photos show Adams spoke Monday evening at an autism awareness event in New York University, the following day. His spokesperson announced that Adams would not travel to Puerto Rico for an annual conference widely attended by the New York political players. Can't go to Puerto Rico? Why? Did they tell you not to leave? Bro, just stay put. I mean, you're not under arrest or anything, but yeah, just stay, just stay in the city. Yeah, please. It says, at his news conference Wednesday, Adams told reporters his absence at the conference was the result of New York's serious fiscal crisis, adding that it wouldn't be appropriate to have on a flowery shirt, lying on a beach drinking a margarita. He was previously scheduled to receive a humanitarian award at the conference, according to a flyer event. Whatever. That sounds like so much bullshit right there. So he was gonna go to an event and wear a flowery shirt and be on the beach drinking a margarita. Like, that don't even look like him. Like, that don't even sound like him at all. Like, I can't even see him doing that at all. So like, he was definitely not gonna do that. So that's definitely not the reason. You know what I'm saying? I think it's more likely that they were like, bro, it'd be a good look if you just like, don't go anywhere. We don't want to make it seem like you're a flight risk or anything. We don't want to have to, put a bond or something on you, So just stay put, so we won't have to do that. Let's read some more. It says the Democrat also reiterated earlier statement that he had no personal knowledge of any improper fundraising and didn't believe he had anything to personally fear from the investigation. He praised Suggs, 25, as a brilliant young lady who followed the rules. Suggs has declined comment through a spokesperson. At the time, the mayor's chief city hall lawyer had confirmed that the administration was communicating with federal prosecutors, but declined to discuss what had that entail. Damn, 25 is really young. How do you get a job like that at that age? Did she work an internship? Was it an internship? Adam, 63, was elected mayor 2 years ago and has been in office since January 2022. He went into politics after a 22-year police career, serving as state senator and in the largely ceremonial position of Brooklyn Borough President before running for mayor. A political centrist, Adams wrote a tough on crime message to victory in 2021 Democratic mayor primary before defeating Republican Curtis Sliwa in the general election. That's the reason why I don't like him, because I was I was watching that election, and the stuff he was doing to win was so shady. He was telling, like, what was he talking about? He was talking about parents, and he was all like, your kids are hiding drugs and they're hiding weapons, and you need to go look in their room, and you know, you need to monitor your kids. Let's read some more. It says in September, Adams' top building safety official, Eric Ulrich, was charged with taking $150,000 in bribes and improper gifts from associates and repaying them with favors that included access to top officials, including Adams, and help doing business with the city. Yeah, I don't like this guy. He's shady. Shady, shady, shady. Let's see what comes out of this. All I'm saying is, corruption, corruption, corruption. How do we look to the other countries? Like we look at other countries and we say that they're corrupt, their leaders are corrupt, they're doing shady stuff, elections are tampered with and so forth and so on. What are they saying about us? Like, how can we say that stuff about other countries and we got the same stuff going on here? It seems like we would take it really serious and try to freaking, make it look cleaner, like a lot of people don't even feel like Donald Biden is the president. Like they feel like, it was so much shadiness going on with the last election that it's like illegitimate, regardless of if it's true or not. You shouldn't have a situation where there's so much doubt. You need people to have confidence in your elections. You need people to have confidence in their political leaders, that they're not corrupt and doing shady stuff, dodging taxes, getting campaign donations from other countries, and shady stuff. Whatever, man. Whatever. It's only going to get worse. We're going into freaking election season. We got a crazy year coming up. I'm telling you that. That's my prediction. Now, I don't know what the hell is going to happen, but I tell you what, it's going to be something you haven't seen before. Because all of this stuff is leading up to craziness. So let's do this one since we're still on the politics. Wait, let's do this one first.
Univision, he could use the DOJ to go after his political opponents.
Something that allows the next party. I mean, if I happen to be president and I see somebody who's doing well and beating me very, very badly, I say, go down and indict them. Mostly what that would be, they would be out of business. They'd be out of the election.
Take him at his word, by the way. If he says he's going to do this, I believe him. If we look back at the first Trump administration, maybe it will be the only one, maybe it'll be the first of two. Donald Trump would often call for the prosecution of his political enemies, whether it was James Comey, Andy McCabe. He called for the prosecution of Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton. But Bill Barr had a line he would not cross. Bill Barr ignored those. He wasn't going to go out and indict Barack Obama or Andy McCabe. What Donald Trump's telling us here is I'm going to pick different types of people.
He tells Noticias Univision he could use the DOJ to go after his political opponents.
Something that allows the next party. I mean, if I happen to be president and I see somebody who's doing well and beating me very badly, I say, go down and indict them. Mostly what that would be, they would be out of business. They'd be out of the election.
Yeah, I don't think that Trump is biting his tongue when he says that. And then, Trump has this thing where he gets back at people, that he feels slighted him or shaded him or did something to him. He gets back at them. And it's like, they've been going at him really hard, trying to get him locked up and all of this. And like, you know, if he beats these cases and then becomes president, you can bet your pretty little pillow that he's coming after these people. You know what I'm saying? He's going to do it the best his ability. What you do have to understand is that even as the president, there's only so much you can do. So his movements will be limited. Like, you can't just say arrest this guy or whatever the hell. It'll be processes that he'll have to go through. And then people you'd have to actually find something that they did that was illegal or whatever too, you know. But that doesn't mean that that won't be possible. And then it's like, doesn't the president choose? They choose the Department of Justice, right? The president appoints that person, so he could appoint someone that he pretty much has in his pocket and can direct them to, you know, do stuff like that. Like, you know, people are saying that that's what's happening with what is it? His name, Merrick Garland, with DOJ right now. But I don't think that. I think that that guy makes his moves on his own. Like, I don't think that there's people who are telling him what to do, because he's all over the place, and you don't really see you can't really see like a line with him. Like, I think that he's making his decisions on his own and his beliefs and what he believes is right or whatever, the stuff that he's going after. So, but Trump could put somebody in there who's just going to go with whatever he says or whatever. And yeah, things will get pretty damn ugly, I think, you know. And that's kind of crazy what he's saying. He's like, if it's someone who's beating me, I'll tell him to go after that person, and that person's going to be done. And like I say, I don't think that Trump is biting his tongue with this. I don't think that he's just saying that. Like, you know, when it comes to stuff like this, like sometimes Trump just says stuff, but when it comes to stuff like this, I think that he really, really, really means it. Like, like if you give him half a chance, he's gonna actually do that stuff. Like, yeah. So, you know, and if he beats these cases, he's gonna be like Teflon Don, man. He's gonna be freaking Iron Man. He's gonna be like so crazy powerful. You know, he beats these cases, he's pretty much he's gonna railroad right into the White House, and he's gonna just like executive orders. He's gonna pull them out his ass and drop them holes left and right on people. Like, can y'all hear me? Let's read this. It says, CNN Politics posted this. It says, in an interview with Univision, former President Donald Trump hinted he would weaponize the Department of Justice against enemies if reelected. CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Hannig reacts. Yeah, like I say, this guy's definitely going to do what he's saying if he has half a chance to. Let's read some comments. It says, you realize that he's describing what's currently happening to him, right? So I think so. Well, I mean, as far as through his eyes, that's how he sees it. And that's the reason why he is going to do what he's saying he's going to do, because he feels like that's what they're doing to him. Whether it's true or not, that's how he feels. So that means he's going to retaliate in kind, you know? I really don't think, like, I mean, a lot of people are saying that, but I don't know that that's really true completely. Like, there are some of it that's like completely just politically driven, but I think some of it isn't. I think that it's more complicated than simply that. Let's read some more. It says, I'm sorry, but anyone that listens to this man or believes him or votes for him has to have a really, 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 really low IQ. I don't know about that. Another one that says, he is a dictator and needs to be behind bars. Stop paying attention to him. It's ridiculous. Another comment that says, Trump is not teasing or hinting. He's telling us straight up what a Trump presidency will be like for us. He is telling us that in the first week of his presidency, the USA will become a dictatorship. Do not forget his heroes, Adolf, Vlad, and Kim. I don't know about all of that, but he is telling you what it's going to be. Like, he ain't playing, I don't think, when it comes to that. Another comment says, the real crime here is his continued use of that horrible spray tan. Is it worse now? Who is allowing him to do this? Yeah, it's kind of really jumping out. I was gonna make a comment about that too, because in this clip right here, like you can see his ears are all light and his face is dark. Let's see when it comes back. Like it's dramatic in this clip. Like see, look, boom, see his behind his ear where his hair is right there. It's like, bro, just get in the tanning salon like everybody else, bro. Like, why you got to do it like that, man? It's like, I look good like this. What are you talking about? Man, you look like a Oompa Loompa, man. You look like an extra out of the Wizard of Oz. Stop it. Let's read some more. It says, I cannot comprehend how people can support a lying authoritarian like Bonespur. Another one that says, CNN literally has no clue. Biden and the Dems are doing this. Another comment says, why do you lie? This is exactly what the Biden regime has done. They always accuse others of what they want to do, what they are doing, and they plan to do. Another comment says, fantasy land, he's going to live out his sorry life incarcerated. I don't know about that. Another one that says, he's certainly never been accused of having integrity or honor. Another one that says, I thought he was against the weaponization of the DOJ. Everything this man speaks is a projection always. Another comment that says, and that, my friends, is called Fascism 101, something our veterans have fought against, something many of our veterans gave their lives to fight against, not like bone spurs. I think they got to be careful when they're throwing around that fascism word, you know. Authoritarianism, and earlier when they said dictator, I mean, I wouldn't agree with that, but throwing around the fascism word is kind of dangerous, I would say, you know, and we're getting to that point where we got both sides saying that. So how can both sides be fascists? Like, I don't know. We got to be careful with that, I think. We're leading down a dangerous road. Another comment says, he is more dangerous than the leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un. I don't know how dangerous that guy really is. He really kind of looks like one of those, he looks kind of like a weasel. Like, he doesn't look very scary to me. Like, I think that, you know, our media has bigged up the North Korea guy to be more than he really is. Like, you know, and like I was saying in the other show is that, you know, that North Korea has nuclear capabilities, and that's the real reason why they not trying to mess with this guy. But it's smart to have nuclear capabilities, or otherwise they would have came in there and freaking did a coup or something. Another comment says, CNN, the enemy of the people. It says, dictator wannabe, danger to democracy, OMG, he really crazy. It says, like Biden's, Obama's DOJ has been doing to him for 6+ years. Not a fan of tit for tat, but you can't blame the guy for wanting a level playing field. And again, he feels slighted. So again, I can't really blame him either. I mean, it's kind of petty and low energy or whatever. I personally wouldn't move that way, but we know Trump. We know how he moves, and you know that's how he moves. 24/7 with this guy. You realize you need his ego, and you realize you feed his ego, and you feed all the nonsense. Start giving him so much airtime. It's all day long and about 40 minutes per hour. The media has a love-hate like relationship with Trump. It's like they hate Trump, but they love the views and clicks that they get from him. Like this guy is click gold, you know. He's view gold. He gets eyeballs, and you know this is the problem when you have a system where it's all about making money. It's all about investors. It's all about the commercials. It's and they don't really care what subject matter gets the views, long as they have people watching and they can play their ads and try to sell some shit to somebody. You know, when it's profit over people, that's when you have this kind of situation where that's the reason why Trump got in there in the first place, the first time when he ran, is because they were like making fun of him and laughing at him or whatever. But there were people out there taking him serious and really like listening to what he was saying. And they gave him so much airtime. And it was because they were making a killing. Like he carried freaking the cable news networks on his damn back because they've been dying for the longest. Like you got independent media blowing up and people don't trust the news. And they don't really like MSNBC, CNN, even Fox. Like Fox gets the most views out of them, but people aren't feeling it. They don't like all of the opinions and like all of the misleading talking heads all day long. So but then when you talk about Trump, then you get eyes and then you get ratings. So that's the reason why they plummeted. They plummeted once Trump kind of fell out of the what's the word? Like he wasn't like in the mix so much. So then they dropped like rocks because it was like hit Trump alone keeping them up. Trump story after Trump story after Trump story. And we're back on that again now. It's gonna be for at least for the next year. And they don't care. That's how they get paid. They get making all this money off of it. It's really kind of shameful. Every little story for Trump, so they can get their clicks and views. Let's read this one. It says, this comes to show that the Republicans hate democracy and want to turn the U.S. into a dictatorship. Another one that says, Trump's not hinting. This is a move of a dictator, Putin. One more says, this is what Democrats are doing to Trump. 2024 is going to be fun. Getting better, get more popcorn. That's what I'm going to do, man. That's what I'm going to do because I don't see myself voting, but I do like the politics. This is my sports. So, yeah, I'm going to keep the popcorn on deck, I'm just going to freaking watch the show. I'm going to enjoy the show. It's like the last season of Apprentice. It's like the last season of America looking at us.
In New York, I'm dirty trick in New York. I'm so shocked.
By Republicans. By Republicans.
Republicans don't know dirty tricks.
How about this one?
Okay, give it.
So they went through East Harlem, which is all Hispanic, and they gave out little cards, and the card said, if you come to vote, make sure you have your green card because INS are picking up illegals.
Oh my gosh.
So they spread it all over the Hispanic.
Yeah.
After the election, the Clinton Civil Rights Division investigated me. I was on vacation after the election, and I get a call from my lawyer, Denny Young, and he says, Rudy, we got the Justice Department's investigating us. Janet Reno's coming after us. We violated civil rights. I said, Denny, you're a lawyer. Think about it. What civil rights do we violate? They don't have civil rights. But all we did is prevent people who can't vote from voting.
Yeah.
Maybe we tricked them, but tricking is not a crime. Oh, and in those days, we didn't have crazy prosecutors. Nowadays, they probably prosecute you for it, even though it isn't. And that's the way we kept down the Hispanic vote. One little dirty trick
in New York. I'm dirty trick in New York. I'm so shocked.
By Republicans. By Republicans.
Republicans don't know dirty tricks.
How about this one?
Okay, give it.
So they went through East Harlem, which is all Hispanic, and they gave out little cards, and the card said, if you come to vote, make sure you have your green card because INS are picking up illegals.
Oh my gosh.
So they spread it all over the Hispanic.
Yeah.
After the election, the Clinton Civil Rights Division investigated me.
That's fucking shady. I ain't gonna lie. Because, and then listen to what he's saying, because he said, we're just stopping people who can't vote from voting. Well, if they can't vote, then what, they can't vote. What are you doing? Like, apparently they can vote legally, or otherwise you wouldn't be doing this. And then it's like, people talk about the stuffing the ballot or whatever, the absentee votes and stuff like that, and like the mules or whatever. Like this that is not how it happens. You know, shadiness does happen. It happens through the way that they draw up districts, and it happens through the way that they suppress the votes. You know what I mean? They suppress the voters, rather. You know what I'm saying? And that is how it happens for real. This is actual manipulation of the elections right here. You know, this is one of like type of tactics that happens. You know, so it's like telling these people that they're going to get deported if they go vote or whatever. Like if they have legal, you can, if you're not a legal citizen, then you can't vote. Period. Like there ain't nobody counting illegal people's votes. Like that's not how it works. Like you have to you know, like, and then he said, we're stopping people who can't vote from voting. Like, that's not, that's, he's telling on himself when he's saying that. Like, this is the kind of stuff that they do. And then they're sitting here laughing about it. And it's like, this is what we do. I won. He's like, he's like, they came and said I violated their civil rights or whatever. It's like, oh, we didn't violate their civil rights. They don't have any rights. So like, what are you saying, bro? Certain people don't have rights. If they're a citizen, they're a citizen. So then they have a right to vote. Joanne Reed posted this. She said, watch them telling themselves, watch Georgia election theft defendant Rudy Giuliani explain how he and his fellow Republicans trick and attempt to intimidate Latino voters. He says this while Steve, I made the Breitbart the home of the white nationalist alt-right Bannon, and Arizona governor in her head, Carrie Lake. Wake up, folks. This is what they do. Let's read some comments. Make sure y'all can hear me. It says, comment, it says, Hispanics, just like white women, will still vote against their own interests. I'm telling you, like, that is true right there. So, like, he might have heard. That's the way it goes, though. Like, you don't really know what you're doing. Like it said in the Bible, they don't know what they do. Like, sometimes you're shooting yourself in the foot. Like, some of those people was probably going to the polls. I'm willing to bet a number of them was going to the polls and voting for whoever they, didn't want them to vote against or whatever. If y'all get what I'm saying, like they were probably hurting themselves more than they were helping themselves, because those same people were probably going to vote for the people that they want to win. Comment, it says, what is this show? Question mark, question mark. It's probably Steve Bannon's show. So it says Steve Bannon and Carrie Lake live with Mayor Rudy Giuliani on America's Mayor Live. It's probably one of Bannon's show. Let's read another comment. It says, the black voters, the most loyal voters, are victims of decreased votes. I ask still to this day, why haven't the Democrats passed the John Lewis voting rights bill? Another comment says, but will it reach the Latino Republicans? See, that's what I was saying. Another comment says, majority of Hispanics vote Republican. Why? See? Another one that says, they'll still vote for Trump. Another comment that says, they say the quiet part out loud. Wake up, family. The GOP doesn't want us. Welcome to America. Another comment that says, Hispanic voters will continue to vote Republican because they are absolutely giddy when adjacent to whiteness. Another comment that says, tricking voters and interfering with elections by using racially biased threats. Ah, good times, right, Rudy? Another comment that says, and it amazes me how they have the majority of Hispanic voters behind them today. Another comment that says, he's so proud of himself doing illegal shit. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up getting in trouble for that. Like, seriously. Another comment that says, they're not even being tricked anymore. They willingly vote Republican against their own self-interest. Another comment that says, so tired of this BS. When will this 3 be put away? Another one, how are all these clowns not doing time? Another one, despicable. Years ago, Brian Kemp updated the voter registration from the Georgia to have people to put their green card number on the application. I pushed back to have it removed because a naturalized citizen must turn in their green card to get their citizen certificate. That requirement was removed. You know, and kind of what I was talking about is like how they manipulate things. One of the ways is ejecting people from the voter rolls. Like thousands and thousands of people end up no longer registered to vote, like right before the election. So that's why, like, if you really, you know, you want to vote and you want to make sure you have an impact on the election or whatever, then you want to keep double. What I do is every time they ask me if I want to register to vote or whatever, I click yes. Like whenever you do certain things, like official types of paperwork or whatever, they ask you that question. So boom, and it'll update your thing. Like it'll make sure you have the right address and everything, you know, and you'll get mailed your card. So that's what I mean though. So like people who haven't done it recently or whatever, then they get kicked off of the rolls. And then when they go down there to go vote, and they'll be like, well, your name is not here or whatever, so you can't vote. And you know, it's too close to the election. So now it's too late for you to get it cleared up, and you end up not being able to vote. And that's one of the ways that they you know, suppress the vote. It's by kicking people off of the voter rolls. Very, very common way. Let's read this one. It says, and they boast about it proudly, like it's absolutely normal. So you know they did all that stuff they're being charged for in Georgia. Another comment says, notice how they are nodding in agreement. Another one that says, oh wait, how so vile? Why is he not in jail? It says, 2 gargoyles and a ghoul. Another one, let's play it and blast it for the Republicans voting Latinos in the back of the room, shaking my head. Yet they love the GOP, shaking my head. Another one that says, unfortunately, the Latino communities will vote against their interests. I know for sure that if they continue to spread the lies, say goodbye to democracy. Well, yeah, so we're beating up on the Republicans right now, but the Dems are not any better, bro. Like, they suck too, Johnson. I have a clip. Let me see. I want to play Tim Black's clip where he's talking about how terrible the Democratic Party is. Let me see if I can find this. And we'll probably talk about the Republican debate that happened too. There's some funny clips that came out of that. Ramaswamy, he got called. He's what did she say? She said, "You're trash." What did she say? She called him scum. That's what it was. Nikki Haley called Ramaswamy scum. See, he mentioned her daughter in the deal. I'm looking for this clip, and I don't see it. Where is it? I see the long clip. Oh, okay, here it is. All right, let's go to this. It's like the Democrats are relying on the black vote, but let's let Timmy explain.
If you're black and you're not excited about voting for Joe Biden, this video is for you. Well, it's about you. In this video, we're going to take a look at what they're saying about all the Joe Biden critics. It's crazy. They're trying to say Joe Biden's doing great. It's just the blacks just don't get it.
Yeah, they're dumb. Really.
You've got some big problems.
Here's the deal. Perception is reality. And so when you look at the data that was provided in this poll, it talks about how people feel. And when people decide whether they're going to the poll or whether they're not going to the poll, it's all about how you feel in that moment. And so while the facts may not align with their feelings are dictating their reality. Their reality is that they said that they feel better or they felt better when Trump was in office. But we've been trying to push back. We've got some very popular African-American artists that are out here saying things like, oh, I got checks when Trump was in office. I want those checks again, not understanding that that really came from Congress. So we've got a couple of things, the perception issue, and then we also have an issue as it relates to civics in this country and people not understanding exactly how any of this works.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. You blacks just don't understand what's going on. These blacks are just stupid. They don't listen well. They get emotional. They're silly. Facts don't align with your feelings. Yeah, you don't like Joe Biden. You don't like Joe Biden as your president, but you don't know what you like. How were you supposed to know what you like? How are you supposed to know if you're having a good time? How would you know if you're in a better position financially than you were before? Come on, you're black. How would you know that? People say they felt better under Trump. Not everyone. Remember, guys, not everyone. This is not like every black person on the planet is like, hey, things would be much better if he was with Trump. That's not what happened. It's just that the Democrats think they own black people. We own these black people. What are we doing losing 20, 25% of black people? This is unconscionable. How could this happen? They're ready to send a slave patrol. Go get those Negroes thinking they're free running from the plantation. And who do they send? They send her. They send her out here with this word salad, trying to dance around because she's throwing black people under the bus, but she can't do it too overtly, or there will be some black people that will be like, hey, sound like she's calling us stupid. Hey. Black people need to take a civics class. She's in a bad situation, y'all. She's sitting at a table with a bunch of white women, and there's a sister, it's a black woman. She has to find a way to not throw black people under the bus while defending Joe Biden, while that sounded like a mammy, but still trying to defend her party, but also not indict Joe Biden and also go after Trump while maintaining looking strong. It's a lot to do at one time, and I feel for her on this, but the truth is this. Black people know about as much about civics as white people do. I mean, you don't really think Kid Rock fans are sitting around going, okay, well, the bill has to pass and go to the House, and it goes to the Senate, and then it could be an executive, or it could veto it, and the president can veto it, and it'll come back through. And no, they just go like, okay, my lights got cut off. Yeah, I can't pay my electric bill. They cut my hours at the Piggly Wiggly. The price of gas is too high. Like, regular people just look at life, and they look at their lives, and look at what's going on in it, and they look at their bank accounts at the end of the month, and then they decide if they hate the president or not. But, make it seem like black people need a civics class, but no one else needs a civics class. And at the end of the day, what are we really saying? What are we really saying? What's the real point? Would you be doing all these gyrations if people were blaming Trump? Yeah, you'd say Trump deserves it. Trump sucks. But since it's Biden, it can't be Biden, because then you don't get reelected, or then your donors dry up, or then they write bad articles about you. So it's self-preservation for Miss Crockett here. But this is bad for all of us. And remember, guys, it's not just black people that are cooling off to Joe Biden. So are white women, so are independents, so are young people of all colors and shapes and genders and sexual orientations. Like, everyone is going, we're tired of mashed potatoes. And she's got to tell everybody why the mashed potatoes are great and there's something wrong with your taste buds. Because according to her, the mashed potatoes are amazing. And other people are going, hey, how about tater tots? Maybe string beans would work.
But we've been trying to push back. We've got some very popular African-American artists that are out here saying things like, oh, I got checks when Trump was in office. I want those checks again, not understanding that that really came from Congress.
Yeah, I hate when they say, you know, it's the artist, the recording artist, these popular African-American artists. She means rappers. You know, these dumb rappers up here telling these dumb people that Trump was great. They just don't get it. No one's asking Billy Ray Cyrus. Look, I don't think people really give a damn about what Kodak Black says about Trump. No, not really. First of all, half of America doesn't vote. So, what about that? They probably weren't going to vote anyway. Anyone who gets their voting information or decides who they're going to elect or who they're going to vote for based on what's said by Lil Boozy, it's probably not a person who's going to vote anyway. Yeah, 40% of Americans don't vote. So over 40%, it's like almost 50. So come on, guys. But you know, you got to throw somebody under the bus. Miss Crockett decides it's got to be artists, got to be the rappers. Because those rappers are they just don't understand anything. And then they're telling black people who also don't understand anything. And then you got somebody like me I'm Jasmine Crockett. I'm a representative. I know everything. And I'll tell them what to think. I'm on my job. And somehow that's still not working for the black community because the Jedi mind tricks that they're trying to use to persuade black people are just not working anymore. Because it's been a long time coming. It's not just one reason, it's a lot of reasons. It's the inflation. It's the price of food, the price of gas. This yet another war. It's the money going to Ukraine. It's the money going to Israel. It's the fentanyl crisis. It's Joe Biden pretending to be down with unions when he's really not. It's Joe Biden blocking the railroad unions. It's Joe Biden falling upstairs. It's Joe Biden falling downstairs. It's Joe Biden falling off bikes.
But I will tell you what the president has been guilty of. He has unfortunately been guilty of loving his child unconditionally, and that is the only evidence that they have brought forward. And honestly, I hope and pray that my parents love me half as much as he loves his child. Until they find some evidence, we need to get back to the people's work, which means keeping this government open so that people don't go hungry in the streets of the United States. And I will yield.
What is it with Joe Biden? She needs to start a Joe Biden clothing line or a fan club or something. It's hard being a Democrat, man. You got to come up here and defend everything. This guy does. Whew. That stinks. When bad things happen like inflation, that we're going through right now, is that Trump or is that Biden or is that Congress? Because you're Congress, right? The only thing America hates more than Biden is Congress. Biden's approval rating is at somewhere like 37, 38, and Congress approval rating is at 17. Congress approval rating is so low it can't even buy a beer. And you want me to believe that America needs to understand that the Congress deserves the credit? At the end of the day, Representative Crockett is just trying to do her job and it's difficult defending Joe Biden. And no one would do a good job of doing that. I don't care if it's her or if it's Jim Clyburn or Donna Brazile. They're going to look horrible.
It's impossible.
But that's your job, to come out here and defend this guy. That's why I do this job instead of that job. That's a hard job. This is much easier. I just tell the truth and let the chips fall where they may. It's not all about the numbers. It's also about how people feel about Biden's leadership. That's leadership is important, okay? The reason why you choose a leader, leaders are feeling you get. You're able to go out and make people feel inspired by you with something that Obama had. It's something that Clinton had. It's something that Reagan had. It's something that Joe Biden just doesn't have.
You ain't got it.
And that's part of the problem. But no one can just say, hey, it's a lack of leadership. It's the policies too. It's the border wall. It's the immigration problem. It's the Ukraine. It's the Israel. It's the Palestinians thing. It's all those things, right? But it's also Biden. Being a leader is a sacred thing. And you can't make people trust you, believe in you, and be motivated by you. They either feel it or they don't. And I think that's what Miss Crockett was trying to say. All right, guys, my name is Tim Black.
Yeah, man, man. Biden, like, uninspired. It was in another clip, like he was saying how people just don't like him. Like, it's like it's just a thing. Like, people aren't feeling this guy. Like, and it's getting more and more. It's getting harder and harder for them to make it seem like he's something that he's not. Like, the spin room is working overtime, man. I'll be talking about the White House press secretary. She don't have much left in her. You know what I mean? She's getting beat up. Her job is so hard. I really wouldn't be surprised if we got a new White House press secretary really, really soon, because like you can see it in her face, she's tired. It's just tiring to day in and day out to come out there and just try to freaking spin this freaking shitstorm. Let's read some comments. It says, I'm extremely proud of Black people. Wait a minute. Can y'all hear me? I feel like I'm losing y'all. I probably played too much of that video. It says, I'm extremely proud of Black people who are seeing this man for who he is, and that's a racist. And the Black people who defend him, that's your traitor. I don't know how you can defend this guy, and there's so many clips popping up, old clips of Biden, stuff that he said. Yeah. And it's like they rely on the Black vote, the Democrats do. And it's like they don't do anything for them. Like, they don't do anything. And it's like they pander, they give tokens, like, and they just know that they're going to come out and vote for them every time. Or they scare you. They're like, it's better than the alternative. Like, you have to give me something to vote for. Like, I'm not going to vote against something. Like, that's not how you motivate me. Like, I can't be motivated in that way. Another comment says, obviously, many sheep-minded fellow human beings don't realize that many of us don't vote with our feelings. I've never felt represented by either political party. Participation in white supremacy-based political system just doesn't work for all fellow human beings, Americans, in spite of my political science and cultural anthropology degrees. Another comment that says, Joe lost the Black vote, the Muslim vote, the working class vote. By Joe. Democrats are going to have a hard time. Another one that says, of course, Jasmine Crockett is there. Joe Biden is her daddy, or she wishes that he was her daddy. She wished her daddy loved her half as much as Biden loved Hunter. Another one that says, the Democrats lost my vote after the first year of the Obama administration. Ooh, way back then. Another one, great job, my brother. Keep it good work. Another one that says, you bring me joy. Love your breakdown. Another one that says, I was through with Biden in 1990, and I understand how this works, lady. Yeah, trying to act like everybody is dumb. That's what kills me all the time. Like, it's like over and over and over again. They want to act like you're stupid. Like, you don't really understand. So, that's why you have to vote Democrat, because you don't understand. If you understood, you would vote for Biden. but you're ignorant. So that's why you don't vote for them. You need to sit through a civics class so you can know how this thing works. 'Cause you're ignorant. Another one that says, no, Tim, no one ever gets tired of potatoes. You mean people are tired of the plain side salad and lettuce and 2 ripe, mushy cherry tomatoes. Talking about Biden is boring me. That clip where he said falling upstairs, falling downstairs, falling off bikes, like that is hilarious. Like, anyways, y'all, let's move on. Let me see. It was something I skipped over. I wanted to go back to because it's not too heavy. That one is heavy. Let's do this.
40 cents out of every dollar Congress controls now goes to contractors.
There's more than 20,000 private military on the ground.
They're the second largest armed force in Iraq, are private security. They outscale the Brits or any other nation.
40 cents out of every dollar Congress controls now goes to contractors.
It says 40 cents of every dollar Congress controls goes to contractors. So it's the independent contractors. Basically, we're talking about the military-industrial complex, you know, and we're talking about lots and lots of money. We're talking about big dollar amounts, you know. It's big business, you know. If you want to make a lot of money, go into, you know, what was it? They made a movie about those guys who were buying weapons and they were just getting government contracts. What was the name of that movie? Damn it, I can't think of the name of that movie. And it was based on a true story. And those guys got rich as hell. And they just had some little company. Let's read this. It says, out of 250 years as a country, guess how many years the military has been deployed? Then you'll understand the song War Pigs better. Another one says, the corruption is mind-boggling. Our country's quality of life will potentially be so much better if this corruption was addressed. Then again, I can only imagine the number of politicians who are compromised by compromising donations. Another one, war makes the money. They send you and your friends off to kill kids in the Middle East, Asia, and Africa. Many of them die. Many of you die. They pay for the weapons with your tax money, make propaganda to demonize the innocent people that want you to kill, do whatever it takes to build fear and hatred. You manage to take over the place. They suck it dry if it's resources for decades to come. They get richer. You go home with PTSD and the blood of innocence on your hand. They give you a medal and call it a day. 20 years pass and they say, whoopsie, turns out the guys we murdered were innocent. Silly me. Go to bed and fall asleep before their head hits the wad of cash they use as a pillow. The U.S. and Western Europe in a nutshell. Says, how do the politicians make money then? Another one that says, it's a business to keep the American war machine running. Another one, and we for some reason can't provide the decent health care when they come home. Another one, endless wars also keep us distracted and less likely to make changes in our society that will benefit all people. Another one, place your bets. What middle initial will Donnie show up with this time? Another one, the only wars that have been worth fighting were for freedom and democracy. Thanks to all our veterans, in my opinion, we need to continue to support to Ukraine and bolster unity among free nations. More importantly, stop DJ Trump from the presidency in order to protect our Constitution and freedoms. You know, the thing about Ukraine, and we were talking about Ukraine so much, and it's like crickets coming out of Ukraine right now. And it's not because of the Palestinian thing, because they kept on saying, oh, it'll be days and then Ukraine is going to win. And it's like, we were saying on this show for the longest, like Ukraine has zero chance of winning. And it's like they were spinning that shit forever, but now it's pretty much over. Who was talking about it? I saw a clip. Damn, I'm gonna have to kill y'all with another video, I think, because yeah, but I'm gonna just play a little bit of this though. Russell Brand was talking about it because it's like the freaking the Ukraine thing is pretty much over, and it's not because of Palestine. You wonder why they're not talking about it as much.
Volodymyr Zelensky has appeared on the cover of Time magazine, but privately his inner circle know that Ukraine cannot win a war against Russia. The Biden administration.
Oh shit. My bad, y'all. I'm fucking pressing too many buttons. I'm not gonna play a lot of this. I'm gonna just play a little bit of this.
Doesn't know you can't win a war against Russia. Hello there, you awakening wonders. Thanks for joining us on our mutual voyage to truth and freedom. And what a voyage it is, a voyage that involves attacking facts that involve incredible nuance and addressing a really modern and peculiar phenomenon. As you apply celebrity to the world of politics, you find yourself in peculiar situations. From the beginning of this conflict, there was a drive to turn Volodymyr Zelensky into a kind of celebrity, with him turning up at the Golden Globes, being on Letterman, being with his wife in Vogue magazine, because it was necessary to have a central figure to represent the conflict between Ukraine and Russia that was affable and appealing, to rally a population, I mean the American population, behind a very, very expensive campaign that was escalating. And many people said from the beginning, one, was provoked by NATO actions, and two, was unwinnable because Russia are a nuclear superpower, and to beat Russia in a war, you have to go beyond Russia's military capacity. And Russia's military capacity is quite high. You have to ban Russia today from the global internet, or at least platforms that are compliant in that kind of way. And you have to simplify a very complex situation. Ukraine, and of course I'm very supportive of Ukrainian people, like I am of all the people of the world, all of us having our own right to live and our own right to freedom, is a politically complex place. People understand that there's been a lot of corruption in Ukrainian politics. I'm not saying that it's worse than, I don't know, Britain or America or whatever, but I'm saying that people used to commonly say, Ukraine's a bit shaky politically, so if you pump a bunch of money into that place, do be careful. It might not be easy to track and understand. Now, you know, we make this show over on Rumble. We stream at these times every day. We have guests. We do all sorts of fantastic stuff. It's worth joining us live for the live stream because we respond to our audience there live and make the show according to your wishes. I'll see you over there. Let's get into the celebritification of Volodymyr Zelensky, the simplification of a complex war, and how we're going to extricate ourselves from a very expensive and dangerous geopolitical situation now that it's started.
The strategy of this war this summer, and you reiterated right now, the progress has been slower than desired.
It's a very modern and unusual war where media has been utilized in a very unusual way. Like, you don't normally see leaders on the TV turning up at the Golden Globe, Sean Penn giving an Oscar to a leader. It's not a normal thing, is it? Remember, previous allies of the kind of interest we're talking about do include people like Colonel Gaddafi. He used to be a big ally of Western nations like ours, but he didn't have him turn up at the Oscars. I mean, the closest he got to movies was when he was tragically murdered, and it looked like Weekend at Bernie's.
And recently, one of your top generals said Ukraine has, quote, reached a stalemate. Has the war reached a stalemate?
The world gave us 3 days. Some European countries who really believed in us, they said 1 month.
I'm not questioning the 40.
Yeah, man. So yeah, it would have been over even a long time ago if it wasn't for all the money we've been pumping into them. But it's still hopeless, you know. It's hopeless. And then he's begging for more money. Like, do I have that clip? He's like, they're laughing at him too. It's like making him look like a clown, because that's what the internet is on now. They're all like, look at this guy. It's freaking hilarious how he's steadily asking for money. He was like, if you don't have, you could just give us a loan and, you know, we could pay you back, you know, we could pay you back with interest. Let me see if I can find that clip. I don't see it. Oh, I found it. Let's go to this.
If you can't give us some financial support, okay, please give us a credit and we will give you back money. If you can't give us some financial support, okay, please give us a credit and we will give you back money.
Please give us credit and we'll give you we'll give you back money. It says Ajuma Baraka posted this. He says, "What a sad clown, buddy. You have allowed yourself to be used and your people as cannon fodder to advance U.S. interests. Now you are to be discarded because Ukraine has become a burden. You learned nothing from Afghanistan and all of the U.S. imperial history. This is what they do." Says Zelensky, "If you can't support us financially, fine. Please give us a loan and we'll pay you back." Let's see some tweet replies on this one. It's pretty funny. Impossible to predict this situation. All you have to do is look at what happened in the past. Hold on. There's a lot going on in this picture right here. It's got headlines in there. One headline that says exclusive CIA files prove America helped Saddam as he gassed Iran. Another headline that says anti-Soviet warrior puts his army on the road to peace. Yeah, I think they were talking about Osama bin Laden in that one. This one, it says how Gaddafi went from foe to ally. Another headline that says America lost ally. I don't know who they were talking about with that one. It says Manuel Noriega from U.S. friend to foe. Another one, the national interest, it says Manuel Noriega and the fragility of America's alliance. Yep. It says Zelensky is now living the final 20 minutes of Goodfellas. Another one that says the U.S. doesn't have allies, only interests. Just like any other country. Like, it's like, oh, they're our friends or whatever. No, countries don't have friends. They have interests. Another one says this should be a warning to Taiwan. Whoa. Another one says I would be dead before I went on camera and begged to be given a loan as a warlord. Damn, it's like he went to his comedic roots. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Another one says they're just funneling some of the money through Israel to Ukraine to avoid too much scrutiny before elections. Ukraine is still planned to become big Israel. BlackRock didn't get that rebuild contract for nothing. It's a lot of money laundering going on. I don't know if that's the case, what he's saying, though. But yeah. Another comment says, and the beat goes on with the U.S. military-industrial war machine, leaving a horrible onslaught mess and moving on to the next. Another one, I'm going to lightly defend him only by saying all evidence suggests he didn't have a chance given Azov and the like are running the show. And 2014 showed us they're not afraid to resort to a violent coup if necessary. Great man theory is a myth, and Zelensky is along for the ride. Yeah, I think that's true, actually. Because otherwise, I think that Russia would have took him out, but I don't think that, Another comment that says, dude acts like he doesn't know his country has been sold to BlackRock. Another one that says, dude, I don't know who you are, but obviously you know nothing about Russian imperial history. Yeah, I don't think anybody has ever, it's like Afghanistan. Nobody has ever really conquered them. You got the snow and you got the desert. and they know their terrain, so best to leave them be. Let's do some quick stories or whatever. Let's move along a little faster here. Let's see what we can cover before we have to get out of here. Gotta work all day tomorrow. This story is gonna piss everybody off. Let's do this one. It says, after years of tanking climate action and anti-poverty measures, Manchin announces exit from Senate. During his time in office, Manchin served the fossil fuel industry and lined his pockets with the payoff, said one critic. Common Dreams posted this. It says, progressives on Thursday were unsurprised to hear that right-wing Democratic U.S. Senator Joe Manchin has decided not to seek re-election next year, following recent polling that showed him 13 points behind Republican Governor Jim Justice, but expressed frustration over the conservative senator's legacy of tanking the Democratic Party's agenda, as leaders insisted he was the only Democrat who could possibly win the approval of voters in his home state of West Virginia. And that wasn't true. After Manchin released a video announcing he will retire from the Senate seat he's held since 2010, former Ohio State Senator Nina Turner noted that economic justice and rights advocates have long been told they had to sacrifice every progressive reform so we could hold on to the blue seat in West Virginia. And that's what was going on, like shady. So you have these people, it happens on both sides, because you have some Republican senators who are basically Democrats, and you got Democratic senators who are basically Republicans, and then they sabotage their own party, which they're really working for the other party. Another one is, and that's what Joe Manchin was. Another comment says, now he's vacating the seat, said Turner. The senator has outraged progressives in recent years by refusing to join his party in backing broadly popular reforms. He made numerous demands to reduce the anti-poverty and climate provisions in President Joe Biden's signature Build Back Better Act in 2021 before finally killing the bill over its inclusion of the expanded child tax credit, a program that more than 300,000 children in his own state benefited from before it expired, but that Manchin falsely claimed will be used by parents to buy drugs. Another one, reading on, it says, he also joined Republicans in 2022 to block legislation codifying abortion rights months before the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, and helped the GOP push to include language in a debt limit deal this year that would expedite the construction of Mountain Valley Pipeline in his state. Local advocates have denounced the project, which could lead to fossil fuel emissions equivalent to dozens of coal-fired power plants. The state of Denali Nalamalapu communications director of the Protect Our Water Heritage Rights Coalition is now witnessing firsthand the repercussions of Senator Joe Manchin's insatiable greed. So yeah, so he's not gonna run. Talking about he's been there since 2010, so that's what, 13 years already. God, man, these people get to be in there way too freaking long. And this dude was sabotaging shit the whole freaking time. And it's like, so that's what it is though, good cop, bad cop, because the Democrats are always like, oh, we can't get anything done because of this, because of that, because of this, because of that. You know, they blame the other party, or they blame somebody like Manchin. And it's like, they could get stuff done. They could push and hammer stuff through, but they're too spineless. They're too freaking like wishy-washy. They, you know, they don't want to get that stuff done. They want to. They just want to appear that they want to get these things done. It's all bullshit. Now let's read some comments. It says, once the public eye is off him, hopefully his submarine will have a crack in the hull. Well, that's kind of horrible to say. Well, you know, he's probably going to be a, what do you call it? A lobbyist. He's probably going to go on to being a lobbyist, or he's going to work for one of those firms, one of those But he's already he already has a company that like, so he's good really. Another comment says, not sorry to see him go, about time. Another one says, he has been such a drain on our time, energy, spirit, all to feel important and to enrich and empower himself. I feel relieved that the slideshow is ending. Of course, he is a Republican. That's what I said. It says, at great detriment to our country and planet, his legacy of self-serving, ego-driven waste of time in the Senate is reprehensible. You know he's just going to be replaced by some other Joe Manchin by another name. And there'll be some more. And now he's going to advocate for the extremist right wing. No labels. Dude made his money. He's fine. All right, I'm out. The irony of him being called a moderate Democrat. Yep, he's good. He did what he needed to do. He's, you know, he won. Paula Jean Swearingen, look her up, contribute to her campaign. Another one says, how much more useless can you be than a conservative Democrat? I'm not sad to see him leave at all. Hashtag good riddance. Y'all are drinking the Kool-Aid because that's part of the game. Like, whatever. I'm not gonna get it ever. Let's read this one. It says, it's like y'all think the parties are different. He's the perfect example. Also, anyone can say one thing and do another, just like every single office holder in Washington. Maybe not Jeff from North Carolina. See, this is a good comment right here. It's like the parties aren't very different, like not really, you know, at the end of the day. And you can see it with the stuff with the Palestine, with Rashida Tlaib being censored and stuff. Like, they are in unison when it comes to Israel, when it comes to the military-industrial complex, you know, lots of things. When it comes to freaking Medicare for all. I mean, we can go down the list and pick a policy or topic, the ones that are the big ones, and you'll see that both sides really agree on that stuff. And that's the reason why we don't have it, or we do have it if it's a thing that, and it has nothing to do with what the American people think. There's a poll that came out about like the ceasefire, right? And it's like across the board, the majority of American citizens are for a ceasefire, but the Congress is not. And it's like these people are supposed to represent their constituents, but their constituents think differently. And it's just like that on policy after policy after policy. You know, they're supposed to be in there representing their constituents, but their constituents feel totally different, and they're not representing their constituents. It says he's textbook for what a self-serving politician is. Get out and don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. It's like most of them, bro. Most of them are doing that. Like, he did it better than them. That's all. He played the game and he won. Oh, we can't keep avoiding the heavy stuff. It says the GOP claims they care so much about the deficit that they shut down the government unless they get massive cuts to social safety nets. Meanwhile, they're demanding an extension to the Trump tax cuts, which would add $3.5 trillion to the deficit. Funny how that works. Robert Wright. I've been saying this on the show forever. It's all a song and dance when they be talking about the deficit, because look at what they're spending when it comes to Ukraine and Israel, whatever. Like, they really care about the deficit, then why are they sending so much money to these other countries? Let's go ahead and do the rest of these and then move on. Now, this story, I'm not 100% on. That's why I keep skipping over it, because I'm not sure about this. I did see an article about this, and I did see the internet buzzing around it. And I had a few minutes to do a search. And when I did a search, I only found one article that was corroborating this. So, but the internet is buzzing about this, and I really would not be surprised if it's true, but I don't know for sure. Let's play this.
Members of the IDF admitted that they had Apache helicopters attack Israeli civilians, but there's actually video footage of it. Israel, Joe Gasson explained it todo. Israeli pilots testified that it was a little bit difficult to figure out who was Hamas.
Oh shit, I keep doing that. Sorry, y'all. Pressing too many buttons.
Who was Israeli, who was a civilian. So they just said, fuck it, and just killed everybody, which confirms other reports and testimonies that we've heard from other Israelis saying that Israeli civilians and IDF hostages were actually being killed by the IDF and not Hamas. And the order to destroy Israeli infrastructure, knowing that Israeli civilians and soldiers were in there, reportedly came from all the way at the top of the Israeli brass. This is a photo of all the cars that were destroyed by the Apache helicopters. Not even all the artillery, just the Apache helicopters that were also caught killing Israeli civilians. Now, we've been told that just about 1,400 Israelis were killed that day on October 7th. But given the photo I just showed you all, if they did that much damage to cars, how many of those 1,400 civilians were actually killed by Israeli artillery and friendly fire? And if Israel is justifying the genocide in Gaza because of civilians that Hamas was supposedly responsible for killing, and also Zionists and Israelis are cheering for this genocide, so not only have members of the
U.S. military drone flying off the coast of Yemen when it's blasted out of the sky. Iran-backed Houthi rebels releasing the footage, claiming to show militants shooting down a $30 million American Reaper drone over international waters. ABC has not independently verified the video. This morning, new video of a U.S. military drone flying off the coast of Yemen when it's blasted out of the sky. Iran-backed Houthi rebels releasing the footage, claiming to show militants shooting down a
I'm sorry, I was muted and I didn't know it. I apologize, man. I really need somebody in here. Freaking by myself, I make a lot of mistakes. Anyways, Iran-backed militants are taking credit for the destruction of a U.S. military drone that was flying off the coast of Yemen. Houthi rebels released the footage, claiming that it shows military shooting down a $30 million American MQ-9 Reaper drone over international waters. ABC News host not independently verified the video. The U.S. military on Wednesday said American warplanes struck a weapons storage facility in eastern Syria that officials said was being used by Iran-backed militants responsible for dozens of drone and rocket attacks against American troops in the region over the last 3 weeks. It was the second such counter-strike in the past 2 weeks. Yeah, so that's heating up. You know, the United States don't like you to shoot down their freaking drones. Damn, man, I'm feeling some kind of way because I just covered a story and I was muted. Did y'all hear me at all when I talked about the freaking... I don't think y'all heard me at all when I covered the... Hold on, let me go back to it. I'm going to just read it. Did y'all hear me when I read this right here? 7 million people have been displaced due to ongoing conflict and violence in the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm gonna move on. Where y'all at? Where you at, Doc? You still driving? It's probably too late for Pat. Let's do this one.
Earth just had its hottest 12 months ever recorded. Researchers at the nonprofit Climate Central analyzed global averages and temperatures from November of last year through October of this year, and they found they were about 2.4 degrees above pre-industrial averages. Now, according to the report, nearly 6 billion people had more than a month's worth of temperatures that were impacted by climate change. You certainly felt it. An alarming new report reveals Earth just had its hottest 12 months ever recorded.
Hottest 12 months ever recorded. And you know what people say is like, I remember it being hotter than this or as hot as this or whatever. Well, do you have devices to measure the average temperature? Like, you're just going off of what you feel. Like, you know, could you be wrong? It says Earth just experienced its hottest 12 months ever recorded with global temperatures 2.4 degrees above pre-industrial averages, according to a new report by the nonprofit Climate Central. And look, it says, yeah, not true. First comment. Yeah, not true. Like, it's not true that the temperature is up. Like, how do you know that? Like, you just, like I say, they're just going off of what you feel. Like, they're lying about that it's hot. Let's read some replies. It says, explain to us how these studies are not true. It says, just take a look at who sponsors these studies. These nonprofits are getting paid to come to not one conclusion only. Nonprofits, blah, blah, blah. Another one, it says, what studies in particular are you referencing and who sponsors them? Be specific. All of them, I've done the research. It's your turn. It says, lazy and lame. All you're saying is, I don't like this never-ending stream of research that won't stop being proven, so I'm attacking something to justify me choosing not to believe it, or I'm just not smart enough to understand your choice. Not sure which is worse. Yeah, so the argument about whether it's human-induced climate change is an argument, okay? But it getting hotter is not an argument, okay? That is not an argument. Like, you know that we had an ice age. Everybody is taught about that. And coming out of an ice age, it's going to be warmer. We know that the Earth goes through cycles where, it gets hotter and it gets cooler or whatever. We're in a warming phase. Whether it's induced by humans, like that part, you can fairly argue that. You can say that it's just a cycle, one of the cycles of the Earth, like that was gonna happen regardless of what humans did, you know, that you can argue, but you can't argue that it's getting hotter. Like the information is really clear on that. Ugh. Let's read this one. It says, scary news. Canada's real estate market is about to collapse. Recent statistics are concerning. A major recession could hit the country by 2024. Here's what's happening. The statistics: mortgage payments eat up 59% of household earnings. 33% of home owners have variable rates. Average home price $507K, up 45% since 2018. Top 10% of earners do not qualify for a mortgage. The top 10% of earners do not qualify for a mortgage. What? So who qualifies for a mortgage then? That don't sound right. Toronto has one of the most overvalued markets in the world. The surge in Canadian home prices is mainly a result of limited supply of homes and large immigration. Okay, they're blaming it on immigration. But to understand why Canada's real estate market is bleeding, you have to understand their lending policy is different than in the US. If you're locked into a fixed mortgage rate in the US, you don't have to worry about future interest rates. In Canada, it's different. Your entire mortgage is made up of multiple short terms. Typically, every 5 years, you have to renew your mortgage at prevailing interest rates. Well, even in the United States, it's like that. Depending on what you have, you can have an adjustable rate mortgage. Not everybody has fixed rate mortgages. And then sometimes, the value of the home fluctuates. And that's what's happening with a lot of people. The value of their home like doubles, and that's good and bad. Sometimes it depends because you're going to be paying taxes on the back end of that. So, anyways, a lot of Canadian mortgages are up for renewal. If you bought a home in 2018, you've been likely experiencing low interest rates. But once your mortgage is up for renewal, your payments will skyrocket due to current rates of 8%. Homelessness has now exploded as many people are no longer able to afford their mortgage payments. But there's something even more concerning going on right now. It's a phenomenon called negative amortization. Usually, as you make the payments, the amount you owe the bank goes down. This is called amortization. However, when you have negative amortization, even when you make the payments, the amount you owe goes up because you don't pay enough to cover the interest. We know all about that here in the States. Anybody that buys a car knows about this. This means you either have to increase your monthly payments or your mortgage length will be greatly extended. Many Canadians with 25-year mortgages are now seeing their mortgage being extended to 45 years. Compound interest is working against millions of people. Are you going to be paying for your house for the rest of your life? Like literally. There's no end in sight. Bank of Canada says even more rate hikes are possible. As long as interest rates remain high, the problem will compound every month. Eventually, the bubble will have to burst. Some experts predict in 2008, like recession in Canada by 2024. In this economy, you can't win with traditional investments. Buying a home in 2023 is the worst decision you can make. My investment strategy in this economy is simple: buy cash flow, not equity. Instead of putting $80K down on a home, I can use that money to set up for rent to rent properties and profit $6K a month. To get ahead in this economy, focus on cash flow, not equity. If you're interested, whatever, man. What I would say is be a lender. I was thinking about that myself, and it's like, so like, and with things being the way that they are, and if you have cash flow, then be a lender, and then you can benefit from this situation, because they're going to have to pay back those loans with interest, and you're going to be making your money back hand over fist. Like that money's going to come in slower, but it's pretty much guaranteed, and it's going to keep on coming. Like, So you make multiple lends, and you got a cash flow that's coming in, and over the long term, like you're straight good. So actually, what they're saying about buying the home may be not a good idea, but you can be a lender for other people who are buying homes. No one's talking about that. I don't know why they're not, but whatever. You could go read a real estate book, and let's move on. So, but anyways, Canada is homelessness is a real problem in Canada right now.
This is linked to the IRS releasing new income tax brackets to help tamp down inflation. Let's bring in CNN's Vanessa Yurkevich. She's got more details on this. So, Vanessa, how much of a difference are people going to see with this?
This could be significant for a lot of Americans. Every year, the IRS readjusts the tax brackets, and they've widened all of them this year. So let's take an example. For example, if you were making $45,000 in 2023, your tax bracket was 22%. This year, because of the widening of those brackets, you're only going to be taxed at 12%. So that's significant savings for everyday Americans.
Starting in January, folks could see more money in their paychecks. This is linked to the IRS releasing new income tax brackets to help tamp down inflation. Let's bring in CNN's Vanessa Yurkevich.
It sounds like good news to me. I hope it's actually true. And then the amount they're talking about is probably pennies. You're probably going to be to the point where you don't even notice it. Like, it's like, yeah, it's true, but with the way inflation has already happened and how much it costs to go, buy food at the grocery store, you're still not gonna feel it at all. Like, my buying habits have changed. The way I used to go to the grocery store and I used to buy the quality products that I really like to get. And now I'm looking at the price of everything, and it causes me to buy stuff that I, for years and years I wouldn't buy. Like let me give you an example, like butter, like actual real butter. Like that's what I like to buy. I like to buy butter, like unsalted butter, sometimes salted butter or whatever. I like to buy the little cubes or whatever. That's what I like to buy. And so, but I haven't bought that in months. Shit, it's been months for sure. It may be a year, but I don't know if it's been a year, but it's been months since I bought actual butter because the price is crazy. And so now I'm buying freaking margarine or whatever. And I know it's terrible for my health. Like, I can even feel it because I cook with it. And it's like, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? I can't afford it. I could buy the butter and then it won't last, and then I won't have it. Or I use olive oil too. The main thing I cook with is olive oil, but I like to use butter for flavor and depending on what I'm cooking. But like I say, my buying habits have changed as a result of the cost of things in the store. Butter is an example. So it says the IRS released the new inflation adjustment income tax brackets that will be in effect for tax year 2024. See how the numbers could benefit you at the link in our bio. Someone put up a chart. There's a chart out there that shows like how much you may. I don't know if I have the clip, but it's like depending on how much you make and what the tax bracket is and so forth and so on. But like I say, I don't think that it's going to matter at all. It's not going to help. It's just going to be a talking point. Maybe it's something related to politics where Biden can say he did something or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's pennies, and those pennies aren't gonna help us when we're paying dollars for our freaking groceries. It says, "Who the f making 45K a year anymore?" A lot of people are making less than that. I think that's more than the average, actually. So who is making 45K a year and living comfortably is the question. How are they making it? These people are living check to check. That's what's happening. They are not freaking living. It says Vanessa couldn't have explained this in a more misleading way. If you were making 45K in 2023, only 275 of that was getting taxed at 22%. The other 44,725 was taxed at 12%. Now this year, all the 45K will get taxed at 12% because the threshold has been moved up to 47,150. Thanks for clearing it up. See, people say people aren't smart. That's why I read the comments, because people are smart and they do know stuff. It says, I make 6K a year. What are my gains? Make the math for me. You make 6K a year? You must be missing a zero or something or you're not in the United States, because like if that's your side job, how can you live? How can you pay any bills at all? Like 6K, that's the monthly bills for a lot of people. Like that just blew my brain. It's got to be a misprint, or they're joking or something. It says, but can our taxes not go to Israel? Another one that says, if this is possible, then why do we have inflation at all? Can someone explain? Real question. How does that relate, your question? It says, because corporations are greedy, it's not enough for them to have all the money. They need more all the money. Another one that says, the pandemic and a lot of people wasn't working for a whole year. 2, all of those relief checks that were giving during the pandemic, all that hit the economy. They keep blaming those damn checks, man. That amount ain't shit compared to what they're sending to Israel and Ukraine right fucking now. Come on, do better. They like to blame us for everything. Those little old $2,000 checks that they gave us caused everything to just go to fucking kaput. Fuck all the money they give to the military industrial complex, all the money they send to all these countries around the world. That's not affecting it, but those $2,000 checks they sent us is. I'm sorry if I don't freaking believe you. What is this one?
History. On November 10th, 1995, environmental and indigenous rights activist Ken Saro-Wiwa, along with 8 other members of his organization, were hanged. It's widely believed they've been framed by the government, which at the time was in cahoots with oil giant Shell. In the wake of the executions, the Anglo-Dutch firm announced a huge $4 billion natural gas project in Nigeria. Ken Saro-Wiwa was the president of a local grassroots organization, the Movement for the Survival of the Ogoni People, or MOSOP. MOSOP fought tirelessly against the big oil companies that had come to take over the lands of the indigenous Ogoni people of the Niger Delta. The likes of Shell were collaborating very closely with the neo-colonial military dictatorship of Sani Abacha, who ruled over Nigeria at that time. For the Ogoni people, this meant that their homelands and the natural environment would be destroyed for petroleum extraction to line the pockets of Shell higher-ups and corrupt government officials. After many years of resistance against what Saro-Wiwa argued was a genocide of the Ogoni people, the Nigerian government charged him with complicity in the murders of 4 Ogoni chiefs. The trial in which he and 8 other MOSOP activists were found guilty was highly controversial. Human rights groups called it a sham. They claimed important evidence was suppressed and that an ongoing case regarding the bias of the judges was ignored. 2 key prosecution witnesses claimed that Shell representatives attempted to bribe them in exchange for false statements incriminating Ken Saro-Wiwa. Evidence suggests that Shell was well aware of the gross human rights violations committed by the Nigerian state and that Shell continued to pressure the government to handle the Ogoni problem. Shell was also told in advance that Ken Saro-Wiwa would be found guilty, long before the convictions were official. Ken Saro-Wiwa's brother, Owen Wiwa, claims that the managing director of Shell offered to help release Ken in exchange for an end to the Ogoni protests and a public declaration that Shell was not destroying the environment. Since the hanging of Ken Saro-Wiwa and other members of MOSOP, who are now collectively referred to as the Ogoni 9, there has been an international effort to hold Shell accountable for its alleged role in their execution. The company denies any wrongdoing, but agreed to pay a settlement of $15.5 million in 2009. To this day, the Ogoni and other peoples of the Niger Delta battle Shell and multinationals like it, refusing to accept the destruction of the natural environment and the health and safety hazards inflicted upon indigenous communities. The last words of Kansarawiwa before he was hanged ring truer than ever. Lord, take my soul, but the struggle continues. It's one of the most shameful episodes of political assassination in Nigeria's history.
So, man, this is what happens over and over again. And like, they never cover this stuff. They don't teach us this in school. They don't cover this stuff in the media, not in context. And, we don't really understand what's going on. And it's like, it's always the same damn story. And then it's like when it's related to the coups that happen, they back up these corporations. And then you wonder who's really running the show. Is it the politicians? Is it the president that's running the show? Or is it these damn multinational conglomerates, these huge ass corporations, And then the thing about them is like people want to be talking about nationalism, and it's like, I care about America, America first or whatever. But these damn corporations don't give a damn about America, the United States, freaking, you name it, UK, whatever name you want to name. They do not care. France, whatever, they do not care. Like, they don't have no loyalties to one country over the other. Like, and then we are the ones that gets played, So that's the reason why we have to look at and see who's the real enemy, Besides the point of destroying the environment, it's like destroying political systems, destroying people from being able to live, like tearing down the systems. Like, I don't know, man. I'm rambling. Let's read this. Shell Oil Company's murders activist Kansaro Wiwa, the Ogoni 9. On November 10th, 1995, the Nigerian government, then ruled by General Sani Abacha and heavily backed and influenced by British multinational oil and gas company Shell, executed 9 indigenous environmental organizers known as the Ogoni 9. Among the organizers they were hanged for their political resistance was the influential leader Ken Saro-Wiwi. Ken Saro-Wiwi and the other Ogoni 9 were members of the movement for the survival of the Ogoni people, who fought to defend the Ogoni lands from environmental destruction and human rights violations by major oil companies. This is their story, which is a story not going to be told. Before I go, I might play this clip with all of the coups, and all of them are connected to like resources. Every time it's the same story. They don't want the people. See, that's the thing. It's about private capital, and they don't want the people to own things, or control things. They want to control all of the resources and make private capital out of it. If the people are benefiting from the resources, then here comes some private capitalists to come in and take it away from those people so they can be the ones who's making the profit from it. It's really very simple. And they'll do it by any means necessary. And we back these people up. Those guys are funny. Nina Hidalgo, more in the news.
Coincidence this comes out in the middle of now her re-election, and one that's not going well for her. Her coping strategy is to go make the prosecutors that work for her, the investigators that work for her, all these people, and waste their time as an outlet for her political anger. It's no coincidence this comes out in the middle of now her re-election, and one that's not going well for her. Her coping strategy is to go make the prosecutors that work for her, the investigators that work for her, all these people, and waste.
It's ABC 13 posted this. Following the allegations accusing Judge Lena Hidalgo of possibly tampering with evidence, 5 additional search warrants accused Hidalgo of using the winning bidder's name while drafting the scope of the contract. She's been in the news like crazy. Like, she had a nervous breakdown or whatever, and like took a leave of absence and then came back. And then it's like, You know, they've been hammering on her for the longest. You know, it's a lot of corruption going on, though. You know, it's hard to say. It really is. It's so difficult. You know, but what I like to say is there's no good guys. You know, it's all bad guys in this. Comment says, y'all better stop. She's going to be off for 3 months for mental health again, or whatever the hell it was. Another one that says, so she's not providing any evidence or facts, just throwing shade. Sounds like guilt to me. Dora is a joke. She got elected by default when you can vote straight ticket, and lazy voters just hit Democrat, and then she got the votes. She's about to go back to depression rehab soon. Lena lives in a $4 million townhome in her mama's name. Where did that money come from? She's always in the news for the wrong shit. Shaking my head. She looks like she's going to cry in the car. Another one. How do you know Lena Hidalgo is lying? She opens her mouth. Why do people hate her so much? I wonder that. Another one says, if you didn't do anything, you have nothing to worry about, but she is acting nervously. Oh shit, she works in our justice system. She knows that it's freaking guilty people go to innocent people go to jail all the time. There's something shady with this though. Harris County, freaking shady as hell. Doesn't matter who's in there. Shady results come. Oh, this is sink your teeth in story right here.
Of this encounter they wanted, the types of services they wanted, and they also would receive a menu of different options and different women that they could purchase. Sometimes at rates between $350 and $600 an hour. The menu included photographs of the various women who were available that day. Earlier today, 3 individuals were arrested and charged in federal court with operating a sophisticated high-end brothels in Cambridge, in Watertown, and in Eastern Virginia. These establishments were allegedly promoted through 2 different websites, BostonTop10.com and BrownEyesGirlsVA.blog. The 3 individuals behind these websites facilitated the movement of predominantly Asian women across the United States for sex trafficking and a commercial sex ring, exploiting them in the process. This commercial sex ring was built on secrecy and exclusivity, catering to a wealthy and well-connected clientele, and business was booming until today. It's alleged that the prospective sex buyers in this scheme first had to respond to a survey and provide information online, including their driver's license photos, their employer information, credit card information, and they often paid a monthly fee to be part of this illicit club. The affidavit that's unsealed in court today alleged once the buyers were verified, they were then texted and allowed to place orders. They would choose the duration of this encounter they wanted, the types of services they wanted, and they also would receive a menu of different options and different women that they could purchase. Sometimes at rates between $350 and $600.
Yeah, so this one, can y'all hear me? This one has been making its rounds, and what's this is good. It's the big deal. It's like taking on the high end deal. Like, you know, this is like Epstein type stuff, you know, right here. So it says high profile sex ring has been busted with multiple arrests that involve government contractors, professors, military officers, executives at pharmaceutical companies, and more. So, man, wouldn't we like to see the names? Wouldn't we like to see the names of these people? Like, you know, this is a big deal right here. So it's like, let's read this one. I don't think I can play the video because I think this is the one that's got the music in there. 145.
Earlier today, 3 individuals were arrested.
It's the same clip. It says, breaking news, arrests were made in a high-profile sex trafficking ring that involved government contractors, professionals, military officers, executives, and pharmaceutical companies, and more. It says, this trafficking ring was operated in apartment complexes in Cambridge, Dedham, and Watertown, Massachusetts, as well as Virginia. They are doctors, they are lawyers, they are accountants, they are executives at high-tech companies, pharmaceutical companies, they are military officers, government contracts, professional scientists, Levy said of the brothel's governors. Pick a profession, they're probably represented in this case. So it sounds like they're doing their job. Like, tweet replies, it says, okay, great. First step, now we demand names of everyone involved. We the people demand accountability. Epstein was child trafficking and his clients have never been charged. It says they are slowly exposing them and finding fall guys. They need to bring this whole thing down at once. It says, name them. We want faces, first and last names, where they worked, how long they worked there. It says, okay, I'm picking a profession, politicians in DC. We all know they are on it too. Another one, it says, the women and children who were on Epstein's island deserve justice. These were crimes against humanity. Another one, big sting happens and you get to know about it. Why? What is the narrative and what does the narrative have to gain and what are they taking attention away from? Citizen journalists are more important than ever. Those are all good questions right there. What does this say? Cuyahoga County prosecutor, 14 arrested online child sexting in Northeast Ohio. One of the men arrested is a teacher at an elementary school. Ooh. Cleveland, a sting operation targeting online child sex predators in Northeast Ohio. Led to 14 arrests, according to Cuyahoga County prosecutor Michael O'Malley. This one, it says, I've been alerting the world about human trafficking operations out of Cleveland, Ohio. You won't believe this. Look at the dates of the news stories on left versus my previous tweet, right? Says you're tracking human trafficking orchestrated campus by Arnold Kaplan and many others. Says Arnold Kaplan is running a big human trafficking operation in Northeast Ohio. So he's showing the dates of his tweets here. It says, these 4,000 frozen human ookites, female eggs, were stolen. The accident was the cover-up. They are stored in the genetics department in the 7th floor of BRB. How is that related? Epstein's client list. Am I a joke to you? Where's Hunter? Somebody has to fall. Huge. Thanks for sharing. This is what they give instead of the Epstein list: a compromise to appease or distract from the real threats. It says many female immigrants from Asia and Africa who were promised jobs on arrival often end up in places like this. The FBI should do more digging and they'll be shocked by how deep this runs. It says, and 95% of Congress is implicated. It says, this is a pay-op. They went after low-level guys instead of the politicians or the people really in charge. It says, low-level, Epstein had the big guys. It says, it's a start, but Epstein client list needs to be next. Whatever happened to the Black Book? We know they went to Epstein's house and got that information. And why the hell that shit haven't come out? I can only go for about 30 minutes more because I have to work all day tomorrow. Hold on, let's see. What do I have in here? Talking about widen I-45, man. I have to drive through there when I go to school. I'm not looking forward to that happening. Hope they freaking put that shit out for as long as possible. Let me see what I want to try to cover in 30 minutes. I'm gonna leave some of this for the show tomorrow, but decisions. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. I'm trying to decide here. It's so much to cover. I'm not gonna be able to cover. I got more stuff than I can cover between now and tomorrow, so gonna have to make some triage. Let's go ahead and do the one that's on the screen right quick. So it says, New York man John Rote has been arrested after he saved a woman from getting robbed by a homeless man in Manhattan subway station, the current state of New York City. On Tuesday evening, Rote noticed that a woman was getting robbed and immediately jumped into action. The man pulled out a gun and fired warning shots to stop the robbery. The warning shot spooked the homeless man, saving the woman from getting robbed. According to video footage, Rote noticed the woman getting mugged by 49-year-old Matthew Rosich. He then took off his backpack, reached inside, and pulled out the gun and fired it off to scare off the attacker. Roth then started getting closer and yelled at Rosich before firing the gun once more. I want to be clear, we don't tolerate this kind of conduct in NYC Transit, period, said City Transit President Richard Davey after Roth was arrested. Once again, cameras recorded a perpetrator, and we are grateful the NYPD made an arrest within hours. Thanks goodness nobody was hurt here, but what occurred was outrageous, reckless, and unacceptable. In the video, the top image, Rock fired off the shots. The bottom image is the homeless mugger, unreal. So they arrested the guy who tried to save the woman. Is that what they're saying?
Sir, what happened? What were you trying to do? Were you trying to protect someone?
It sounds fishy. Like, why are they arresting him if he was just trying to protect someone? And if nobody got shot, nobody got hurt, then yeah, I don't understand. So I guess that's why they're covering this, because they're trying to say that New York is tripping. Let's see some tweet replies. It says vigilantism only rises when law enforcement fails to get the job done. Guess old buddy is trying to be Batman. Another one, it says man saves the day, police arrest him for doing their job. Says, so basically don't try to save someone because NYC will arrest and charge you. Also, if you wanted to put people off from helping people, NYC, you just did it. I don't like vigilantism either. So, but what did he do that was against the law though? It says they condemned the Good Samaritan and praised the criminals. Says, so he's getting punished for helping. This is the gospel arresting the good people. Soon people will stop helping. Says, SCOTUS ruled police have no responsibility to protect you when citizens cannot help each other, then what a free for all it will be. Says, so New York keeps showing us that if you see something, do nothing. They wonder why crime continues to rise. It says only criminals are allowed to have guns in New York. Oh, it's because of the gun. I'm not even gonna touch that. You don't want vigilantes running through the streets. Like, you don't want that. So don't talk like you want that, because that is not what you want. That will be Mad Max. That is not what you want. Guess I'm losing y'all, huh? Oh, comment. How long ago was this? Smith at 2 a.m. Thanks for being here, bro. Thanks for the support. Can y'all hear me? Being here, bro. I feel like I'm losing y'all. Let me see. Let's try to do some quick stories so I can have some clips for the reels. I usually don't make it this far in the video though when I'm editing. Whatever. Let's read this. It says, claims it's discount store. It's not. We investigated how they charge more for less. So it says Dollar General charges whole food prices for dollar store groceries. It says a More Perfect Union investigator reveals that Dollar General charges premium prices for products, but masks the high costs from consumers by stocking smaller pack sizes. In other words, they're charging more for less. Dollar General appears to offer competitive prices for national brands, but Dollar General actually sells smaller pack sizes, so even if absolute cost of the product is lower, the per unit cost is often higher. That's Dollar General's trick. Even if their prices may look competitive, you're paying far more while getting far less. Dollar General charges more for less, which drives its profit margins above the industry average. This hurts low-income communities the most. Dollar General specifically targets small towns and poorer neighborhoods. When Dollar General moves in, the grocery stores are driven out, leaving consumers with few other options. Dollar stores driving out local business in many small towns. Says true, Dollar General pays its workers industry low wages in understaffed stores that can be magnets for armed burglary. And yes, the chain's management targets economically struggling communities, focusing on customers who make less than $40K a year and visit the store multiple times a week, but they also charge customers high prices for less. You know, it costs to be poor, you know. Everything costs more when you're poor. Like, I think a lot of people don't really understand that, but yeah, you know, for the poor folks, but then a lot of people don't just get it. Just like here, where they're tricking them and they're thinking that they're winning because the price is lower, but they're not winning because they're getting less of the product. And these damn Dollar Generals are always in the hood, you know, and it's like the main store that people in the hood go to, like, and they think they're winning. It's really sad. I think education is the key when it comes to this kind of stuff. Like it's like how you do a little kid. It's like you know, something looks bigger because it's like in a different kind of container. Like if you pour a drink in like a skinny tube that's tall and it looks like more, and the little kid wants that one over the one that's actually more, but it's shorter because it's in like a wider container. Like, if that makes any damn sense. Let's read a comment. It says, it's called shrinkflation, and your major brands have been doing it since COVID. That's true that they've been doing this, but that's not necessarily what they're talking about here. This is Dollar General's, this is their way of doing things. What's the word? See, I'm getting tired. This is their business model, and it has been since before COVID. Let's read some more. It says, it's discounted because there's never anyone at the cash register and you can just walk out the front door with it. Yeah, there's like it's always just like one or two people working in there, and the shelves are always a mess. The store is a mess. But he said it's discounted because there's not anybody at the cash register. That's not true. It's what they're explaining in this is that the packaging is smaller. It's less of it. It's less. Even though the price seems cheaper than at the other place, you're really paying more because you're getting less of it. Damn. Is it hard to fucking understand that? Let's read this one. It says 3 sponges cost $2. 1 sponge costs $1. Better to buy in bulk, but I've only got $1. See, so that is the problem. That is the issue. So like, this is what drives the people to Dollar General, is because they only have a few dollars. Like, it's not that necessarily that they're dumb or uneducated, which kind of flies against what I was just saying before. Because when I was talking to Doc and we were talking about a situation similar to this, is like, you know, we were talking about shoes, like a pair of boots, and it's like a pair of boots. You buy the more expensive pair of boots and it'll last 2-3 years or whatever, versus buying the cheap boots, which only last like a few months. But when you up front don't have that much money, then that's why you buy the cheaper boots, because you don't even have the money to buy the more expensive boots. But you end up spending more over time, because after 3 months, now you got to buy another pair of boots. It costs so much more to be poor. Let's read this. It says, I think this is a type of direct class economic warfare. Let's be real here. These stores aren't placed in areas where college graduates live. These stores are located in areas where people haven't been taught how to calculate weight to cost ratios. These stores prey upon the undereducated people. The gas stations in the areas do the same. The food selections in the neighborhoods are toxic. This is all planned and orchestrated by design. The undereducated poor have been funding the wealthy for a very long time. Go to any impoverished area and do price comparisons, quality comparisons, and accessibility comparisons. This is economic warfare by design. Sure, it can be argued that wealthy neighborhoods can afford more expensive businesses, but as you found, the supposedly lower price stores are exploiting the idea of being a discount store. Often the DG and Walmart are the only stores close to these neighborhoods. In these neighborhoods, not everyone can afford cars or have the money to make multiple trips to other stores, so they are forced by poverty to shop at these places. The DG knows these facts and have learned how to capitalize on it. Why else put so many stores in poor neighborhoods? This is part of their business model, preying on the undereducated poor. Just like all the others, fast food and gas stations is disgusting, yet not that surprising. Where else do wealthy people get their money if not from poor? Man, she said a lot with that. But it's like the food deserts, you know. So like she said, transportation. So that's a really big part of it. It's like, so in your neighborhood, all you have is a gas. Not everybody's neighborhood. I'm just saying, like in a poor neighborhood, all you have is like a gas station, a Dollar General, you know, maybe a Walmart, you know, a corner store, and everything is marked up and overpriced in all of those stores. But you don't have access. Like, I know a neighborhood in Houston where there's literally no grocery stores for miles and miles and miles and miles. Like there's no store. Like even if you have a car, you have to drive really far to go and get to a grocery store. So what do they end up doing? Out of convenience for time or whatever, they go to the fast food place or they go to the Dollar General or whatever, what's available to them, you know? And it's crazy. So because when you go to a nice area, then you see Kroger's and you see Randall's and you see HEB, you know, like damn near next to each other. And that's crazy. So that's, like she said, that's economic warfare. So certain neighborhoods have access to quality food and others don't. Like I say, and the same thing in those neighborhoods, you don't even have a good public transit, working public transit. So like I say, they have to walk or ride the bus or drive their car, and they have to go far. If they don't have a car, then they're completely fucked, because they can't even catch the bus to get to the grocery store. Yeah, these are systematic issues that needs to be addressed, you know. But then it's profit over people, so nobody really cares. It's like it's like you can't blame them for wanting to make money. So then that's just capitalism. So like I can make that argument all day, and then people are just gonna say, "Oh, you're just a communist." It's like it's really fucked up to do people like that. Can't share that. This is funny right here. Let's play this one.
Tell these people how fucked up America really is. They going through all this shit to get over here. Look at this shit. This nigga done stuffed himself in the car. How did he get in there? Like, what the? Is he alive? What the fuck is going? Yo, they're going through way too much to try to get over to this ghetto ass country, and then figure out that shit's fucked up here too. Yo. Yeah, well, go grab his ass up out that car, yo. Come on, I'm taking you back home, bro. Taking you back home. Somebody ain't tell these people how fucked up America really is. They going through all this shit to get over here. Look at this shit. This nigga done stuffed himself in the car. How did he get in there? Like, what the? Is he alive? What the fuck is going? Yo, they're going through way too much to try to get over to this ghetto ass country, and then figure out that shit's fucked up here too. Yo. Yeah, well, go grab his ass up out that car, yo. Come on, I'm taking you back home, bro.
Like, bro, the extreme ways people do, like, people are smuggling themselves. That is crazy. Dude was in furniture. Like, they had to cut him out of that. Like, how was he gonna get out of that when he got to wherever he was gonna go? Like, the other guy in the car, how was he gonna get out? Like he said, is he alive? Wow. Let's read some comments. It says, they do all this but can't find missing kids. Another one that says, help them people and look out for them, Black power. They want better. Another one that says, damn, some desperation. Let's see. It says, America is still better. We're privileged in America. Y'all are tripping. Another one that says, the one dude, when he said, is he alive, thinking the exact same thing. It says, when do all of that? They do all of this, but can't get the pedophiles taking kids. Man, get the fuck out of here. Another one, it says, they trying to get the, another one says, do look deceased. Stuck in that car like that. Oof. You don't know, man. Desperate situations calls for desperate measures. And from our point of view, it's hard for us. And for me, I couldn't imagine doing something like that, or stuffing myself in a bumper. Like, I couldn't imagine that. But then too, I'm not coming from where they're coming from. Like, so I can't even get myself in that type of mindset.
Con su traje. ¿Cuál traje? What suit? Everybody says you always have a que todo el mundo dice que usted tiene un chaleco a prueba de balas. No. Voy a desembarcar así en Nueva York. I will land in New York like this. Tengo un chaleco. Land in New York like this. Tengo un chaleco moral. I have a moral one. A moral vest. Es fuerte. It's strong. Ese me ha protegido. That one has protected me always. Siempre.
So Fidel Castro was asked if he was wearing a bulletproof vest under his shirt in 1979. This was his response. It says Fidel Castro, who died at the age of 90 due to natural causes, was one of the most controversial political figures of the 20th century. Under his administration, Cuba became a one-party state, industry and business was nationalized, and socialist reforms were implemented throughout society. Yeah, man, they was trying to assassinate this dude the whole time. There's so many stories about, like, even the CIA, whatever, it was coming at this dude. There's so many failed assassination attempts on this guy. It's crazy. Crazy. There was a story about this chick. They sent a chick to assassinate him. She was supposed to, like, what is the word? Get him to like her, and then they were supposed to have sex, and whatever. Or he thought he was gonna have sex, and then she was supposed to kill him or whatever. He ended up having sex with the chick, and he knew she was sent to kill him. and you know, she wasn't successful. This dude, that's the original Teflon Don right there. Some comments. It says, it's sad that a lot of people really think that he was a good person. Another one that says, the only man the USA CIA mafia never could touch. Another comment says, my entire family is Cuban and legally came to the US. Ask yourself why there are still people leaving Cuba in droves and risking their lives to do so. Why people still die of hunger in Cuba to this day. Why the country is in shambles. Why family businesses, home properties like the one my family had were ripped away, leaving them with nothing. Glorifying this prick and not educating your followers is downright irresponsible. So sick of the rhetoric where people make Cuba seem so cool. It's not cool. There are people dying and they cannot escape. It says controversial. Funny how that word is used for a dictator who controlled millions of lives and had his political opponents arrested and executed. Controversial definitely isn't the right word. It says, LOL, people thinking we're not already communists in the US. Another one that says, are you really praising a dictator? It says, damn, Trudeau's dad trying to be tough. It says they also have one of the biggest literacy rates in the world. It says, I hear people praise him, but why have so many Cubans fled to America? Genuine question. Well, the blockade might have something to do with it, y'all. You know? Anyways, I'm not even going to go there because it is so complicated to try to explain it. And people are so brainwashed. It's like McCarthyism, that shit ended a long ass time ago, but y'all niggas is still repeating that shit. It says House approves resolution to censor Democratic Representative Rashida Tlaib. Breaking, the House votes 234 to 188 to censor Democratic Representative Rashida Tlaib for promoting false narratives about the Hamas terrorist attack on Israel and for her use of the phrase from the river to the sea, which is considered by some as a call for the ending Israel's existence. Today, only 3 House members have been censured in 21st century, according to the Office of the House Historian. Yeah, I have a number of clips on this. Do I want to go into that? Oh, I might have to come back to this tomorrow. Because this is something we need to talk about, because they are talking about censoring and they talking about First Amendment, free speech or whatever, but they totally flipped on that. So that's something to talk about. Like, what is leading them to flip on that? They care about free speech until someone says something that they don't agree about. Well, that's not how free speech works. I'm gonna try to do some quick ones. Houston mayor runoff. Too close to call. Sheila Jackson Lee and John Whitmer to go head-to-head in runoff election for Houston mayor next month. It says, if you vote for Sheila, don't complain when the city gets even worse. It says, if Sheila wins, expect Houston to be Chicago #2. It says, when are people going to learn that voting Democrat is not the answer? It says, Sheila is from New York. John is from Texas. Sheila. Does anyone remember Kathy Whitmer from the 80s? It says, I pray Sheila wins. I don't want Hot Wheels running H-Town with his racist agenda. Y'all will be mad when he gets a puppet in Harris County. Another one, it says, if Sheila wins, y'all might as well shut the city down permanently. Another one says, please not Jackson. We can do without another mayor who plays victim and is soft on crime. It says, embarrassing, who voted for her? She don't do anything else other than pose for the camera. It says, Sheila hasn't done anything ever. She cannot win. We're already in trouble. It's going to get worse now with her and Dora. It says, if she wins, Houston is screwed. I'm so glad I left Houston. Please don't let Sister Bray win. A lot of people didn't even get to vote for the mayor. If you pay taxes to Harris County, you should be able to vote for the mayor. Apparently, this is not the case for the millions of people who showed up to vote. Yeah, it's the way they draw up the districts. But Houston is complicated because we have the metropolitan areas, and a lot of people think they're in Houston and they're not. You have to look at the way that it's drawn up. It is kind of crazy how it's drawn up because you could be on one side of the street and be in Houston and be on the other side of the street and not be in Houston. So yeah, it's hard, it's really kind of hard to understand how they come up with that shit. But I guess it's because it's such a huge population and so many people. And there's so many people who think they're in Houston, but they're not. They're in the metropolitan Houston area.
Case of a missing Texas man they say bragged about stealing thousands of dollars from a Mexican cartel and then disappeared just 2 hours later. Federal court documents are revealing that several men kidnapped the victim from a house in Laredo, Texas, then took him across the border into Mexico. One person under arrest so far. News Nation correspondent Jorge Ventura joining us live with this. And Jorge, this American has been missing for more than 2 weeks now.
Yeah, Natasha, that's right. That Texas man, his name is Eric Tato Ramirez. He was allegedly bragging about stealing $50,000 from a Mexican drug cartel. Well, 2 hours later, he's gone. He was kidnapped and is still missing. Now, according to witnesses, they overheard Ramirez bragging on a phone call to an unknown woman at a house party on March 23rd in Laredo. He was bragging about stealing $50,000 from the Cartel del Noreste cartel in Mexico. After that, he was beaten up, taken by armed men and into Mexico. Now, according to witnesses, they actually arrived less than 2 hours later. The marked masked men, the assaulted Ramirez, according to the FBI. You can actually see the image of the home where the kidnapping took place. Now, according to reports, the vehicle then crossed into Nuevo Laredo, Mexico. This is what makes this case particularly unique, where you see a kidnapping on American soil and then brought into Mexico. This is particularly unique. A report also says that his face was bloody. He was actually attempting to escape the vehicle while it was driving. Authorities determined that vehicle was registered to the mother of Jonathan Carvalles. He is a suspect. Now, Carvalles reportedly told investigators he drove into Mexico with a kidnapped victim along with 3 other people, and that he was aware that Ramirez allegedly stole that $50,000 from Cartel del Noreste. The rest of the men, as of right now, are still remaining at large. Carvalles is the only suspect right now that's been arrested in connection to that kidnapping. Now, he was detained by U.S. Customs and Border Patrol officials after he crossed back into the U.S. on March 27th with the same pickup truck that he committed the crime. He's right now the only individual charged with that kidnapping. We're still waiting for more details on that, but pretty unique situation, Natasha, seeing this type of kidnapping take place from American soil and into Mexico.
Yeah, Jorge, and it's particularly concerning that he was bragging on a phone call, not on social media or something like that. Do we have any details? Do we know if the arrested suspect is in fact a member of that cartel?
So that's what the FBI is still investigating, to see if Carvalles is a direct member of the cartel or just working for them. As of right now, investigators are continuing that investigation. Ramirez right now, there's still no whereabouts. We still haven't got an update situation from the FBI. They saying they can't comment on that investigation. But the 3 other men that were with Jonathan Carvalles that committed that kidnapping, they still remain at large, and it's suspected that those men are hiding out in Mexico right now. So Jonathan right now is the only one arrested. So we're finding out more information. But Natasha, this is a very unique case where you see a kidnapping on American soil and then a victim taken into a foreign country.
Okay, Jorge Ventura breaking that down for us. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so first off, don't steal from the cartel. Second off, don't brag about it. Like 2 hours later, his ass was freaking kidnapped and taken back to Mexico. Like, what the hell was this dude thinking? Like they said, he wasn't on social media, he was on a phone call. So I wonder how the hell they knew already and they were already on their way. Or did somebody snitch or whatever? Did they have his phones tapped or whatever? Like, that's kind of crazy. But like, you're gonna rob, you're gonna steal from the cartel, and then you're gonna brag about it. Like, you big and bad, bro. Like, you obviously don't value your life. These people don't play. They're not playing about their stuff.
If you're bragging about stealing from the cartel, you don't value your family's life.
These people are not playing.
That's another world of fucked up.
Let's read some comments. It says 2 hours is actually crazy as if. It says he's going to stay gone. He's not missing. He's dead. That's what they say. He's missing. Like, they're not going to find them. Most likely, they're not going to find that guy. They said he tried to get out of the car. They said his face was beat up. He already knew what was going to happen.
They're going to find him. They're going to find him in about 4 or 5 different places.
Pieces of him. Not going to be able to identify him. His dental records probably. It says, making fun of the cartel is worse than admitting to the feds that you sell coke. Another one, it says, it'll be interesting to see the DEA's response. It says, this man has multiple locations now. That's what this doctor said. It says, a Mexican taunting a known organization such as the cartel while living in a town right across the damn border is pure foolery. It says, doubt they even gonna find bro bones. Another one, it says, why they just dropped the names of the guy who could be working for the cartel that they arrested? That man will surely go missing too. Another one that says, it's almost like legalizing everything within cartels. See, that is an argument right there. That's an argument. Another comment, it says, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. It says, that man is now taking a dirt now. Yeah, it gives them power by having all of this illegal. You know, if you legalize those drugs and their money dries up, their power dries up like overnight, unless they go legitimate.
Well, they've been working on legitimizing for a long time. I mean, cartels and gangs run a large chunk of the dispensaries. Considering they can't put the money in banks, a lot of cartels said, well, we'll be your bank. And so cartels are actually running, laundering, and holding money for a lot of those places. And there's no regulation on it or anything. They do what they want.
Yeah. I'm sure a good number of them turn into politicians. Probably over here in the States.
Well, what they do is they keep one member of the cartel, one member of the family clean from all the cartel business. And they're the ones that go into public office.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or they just give a whole bunch of money to the really poor towns and stuff like that, and people ignore their criminality like Noriega did.
Let's do this. It says 10,000 plus Palestinians killed, including 4,000 plus kids, and the House of Representatives busy censoring. The only Palestinian American member, can't make this stuff up, Rashida Tlaib censored with 22 Dems joining the Republicans. So they censored her, and the Dems voted against her too. So it's like, if we look at this vote, 4 Republicans voted against it, and 184 Democrats voted against it, but 22 voted for it. Let's see, do they have a clip in here? It says, for the record, Republican Congressman Mark Miller in Gaza will be turned into a parking lot. Oh, so they're saying that, I'm not going to read that because, so these are the 22 Democrats who voted Republicans to censure Representative Rashida Tlaib. Cohen, Costa, Craig, Davis, Franco, Golden, Goldman, Gottheimer, Landsman, Lee, Manning, Maskowitz, Nickel, Pappas, Perez, Ryan, Schneider, Schreier, Soto, Torres, Wasserman, Schultz, Wilson. It says, an interesting night in the House of Representatives. It says, keep in mind all 435 seats in the U.S. House of Representatives are up for re-election, and that includes those 22. It says we don't need it.
They didn't vote lockstep. They need to go. Kick them out of the tribe. Kick them off the island. It's Survivor.
Yeah.
They didn't vote the way we told them to.
Yeah, the Democrats.
I don't know, man. She said some fucked up shit. I mean, a lot of them are doing it, but you know what? You can't really sit there and go, well, what about this one said? What about what that one said? If you're going to sit there and argue with the whole, oh, well, what about this Democrat or that Democrat? Well, Trump's doing this. Well, what about the other stuff going on? Well, you can't say what about because this is about Trump. Well, this isn't about what other people said. This is about what she said. If you want to
Yeah.
censor the other ones, I agree. Because the dude that said turn it into a parking lot, that's bullshit. That is joke. That's comedy. That's for the back room. That's not for something to set them to stand up there and say when they're in front of people and the pulpit and all that. When they're on air, they should not be saying stuff like that.
Yeah. I want to come back to this tomorrow because this one needs a good amount of time to talk about, because my issue with this is that, the First Amendment and the conservatives saying, free speech and all of this, and they seem to be singing a different tune lately. And I find that interesting. But let me
You
move
gotta
on.
understand, you want to sit there and say that against them now, but where have you been the whole time when the other side has been kicking free speech down out to the curb?
Yeah, I mean, I have never, I don't like people. I don't agree with it.
Not saying you, by the way. Please
Yeah.
understand that.
Yeah. The Democrats are the ones who always on that shit. They love to fucking cancel somebody. Like, that's the number one thing that they do. But the conservatives are supposed to be on the other side with that, supposedly.
Yeah,
But now they're not.
At what point do the tactics of one side go, oh yeah, this is the way you go and do it? Let's play. I told you, man, everything changed when the mugshots had to happen. When they had to have the mugshots, the whole game changed. It became a knife fight instead of just a word fight. And now it's blood, it's lemon juice, it's mugshots, it's receipts. It's like, if that's the game you want to play, let's play it by your rules. And now all of a sudden that the rules are no longer, one side standing up and going, yeah, we're gonna play with this, we're gonna allow it to happen. Now that they're going, nah, we're not gonna play this, we're not gonna allow it to happen. All of a sudden it's like, oh man, this ain't right. Look at what they're doing. Look at what you've been doing for the last 3, 5, 6 years. And you want to call foul when it finally changed around? When the ball changes hands, you want to call foul now? It's like, come on, man. That's like watching that football game a couple of weeks ago where they where it's like calling fouls on one team right and left, and then the other team makes 3 fouls in one play, and it's like, oh, nothing to see here.
Yeah. This topic needs a good amount of discussion, but I
We
don't
need
really.
to get out of lockstep, man. Ever since the Republicans went after Clinton for the whole Monica Lewinsky thing, our government has been divided. We don't do bipartisan things anymore. And when we do bipartisan things, it's not actual progress, it's tokenism. I mean, we used to come together and try to solve problems, and now we come together to try to prove blame. It's not for the people anymore, it's for the party.
Yeah, it's a damn circus, and it's like what is getting done. Like, look how much time they spent on this related to censoring Rashida Tlaib. Couldn't they be spending that time more productive? Let's go
And
into
going
this.
after her now, I mean, no offense, but they should have gone after Ilhan Omar a couple of years ago if they're going to go after this chick now. Because some of the stuff that Ilhan Omar did and said was way worse, subjectively speaking.
And that's one of the things that, I mean, I don't want to go into it right now because we're going to end up going for an hour on this, but I want to come back to this tomorrow when I have more time. But yeah, it's the timing of this is very interesting. It's very interesting that now is the time that they want to, censor somebody on some shit like this. Like, let's go into this right here. It says Proposition 1 establishes a right to farming, ranching, timber production, horticulture, and wildlife management in state constitution. This passed. because we just had a recent votes. Because I just covered just a minute ago, Sheila Jackson Lee and Whitmer are going to have to do a runoff because it was too close to call. But these propositions passed. Let's go into another one. It says, Proposition 4 increases homestead tax exemption to 100K and increases state funding for public schools. So that passed. That was Proposition 4. This one, Proposition 6, creates Texas Water Fund to finance water projects. That's good. Another one, Proposition 8, creates Texas Broadband Infrastructure Fund to finance high-speed broadband internet access. This is really good too. Another one, in Proposition 9, allows cost of living adjustments for retired Texas teachers. That's good. Proposition 14 creates Centennial Parks Conservation Fund.
Your camera's been doing some weird stuff on your personal picture. The lower half was just obscured. I'll let you. It stopped, but I'll let you know if it happens again.
Yeah, let me know. I've been noticing, I don't know if it's my internet or what. It's just been doing some crazy stuff lately.
For the last 3 days, I've been having lots of internet problems, flashes, slowdowns, restarts, stuff like that.
Let's see this. So ABC 13 posted this. It says Texans officially vote yes on 6 propositions so far. Let's read some comments. It says, and meanwhile, we couldn't even add cancel student loans to the ballot. Another one, it says, does that mean weed is legal? Another one, it says, finally something for teachers. It says, can we lower taxes? Another one says, glad to see even rural Texans doesn't fall for that school choice scam BS. A broken clock is right twice a day. It says, can someone please put this in layman terms? Bro, like it's as lamest as possible, y'all. Come on. Another one, it says, people are just voting to spend, and then complain about inflation and interest rates. Man, we gotta spend on some stuff, bro. Like, another one, it says, this retired teacher thanks all of you who voted for Proposition 9. Another one, it says, we don't need any more parks, repaint the roadways. The parks are good things, y'all. Like the water treatment related to like how like whenever we have floods, whenever we get a lot of rain, you know, these parks help a lot with that as far as having some place for the water to go. You know, I think Texas do a good job with that.
Well, I know here in Houston, if you take a look, almost every single park has a very large area that's a depression and lower than the rest of the park. Almost all of them have a bayou or a canal somewhere nearby. And that's because our parks are designed on low areas, so runoff water dumps into them when the canals and the streets can't handle them. It actually helps with the overflow to keep the water from flooding and keep the water off the streets. So parks help us. The only problem is what we have is areas where they need to go in and rework these parks because some of it holds water too long, especially during critical months of the summer, which are the height of the mosquito season. So they need to come in, they need to work these parks and stuff. They need to do a little bit better on them because what's going to happen is if we don't get them cleared out, we don't get some of this smoothed down, we're going to end up with all the parks becoming mosquito aviaries. You know, we're going to get the mosquitoes are going to get bad, which is going to cause people to get sick from the diseases they carry, which is going to push the healthcare system. I mean, the parks actually save us money in the long run in road maintenance, in healthcare, and just a place to go so people can have a place to walk around instead of by a street with all the smog and the traffic going by.
Yeah.
I mean, not to mention, it's nice to have a little area with some friggin' nice trees to have some real oxygen for a change.
Yeah. Yeah, Texas is not very friendly to the environment overall, and like with pollution and with like the refineries and stuff. But one of the things we do really well is the parks. They're really that's a really good thing that we do it better than a lot of other states.
So if I'm not mistaken, Texas has the most historical markers of any state in the country. I might be wrong there, but I don't think I am.
I'm pretty sure, and with the budget, like we have one of the biggest budgets for like the Texas parks and wildlife, and it employs a lot of people. It's a good thing, like all the way around. It's really a good thing. Let's do this.
Yeah, right. Oh wait, look, they're taking the flag. Wow.
Yeah, so is there a clip in this? So this is the moment U.S. businessman was kicked out of an NFL game. It says for displaying a banner that combined the American and Israeli flags.
I've got a metric for this to measure it by. Would they have done the same thing if it was a pride flag? If the answer is no, then he's got a right to sue him.
Yeah, so let me see. Let me read the other little clips that come in here. Let's see. It says, hold on, I'm waiting for it. So I can't control this clip. George Nakros is an influential organizer for the Democratic Party and has threatened to sue the NFL and the game's organizers. Stadium bosses said signs not related to the event are not permitted. This is the moment the U.S. businessman. Okay, so a prominent U.S. businessman and political organizer, George Nakros, was kicked out of an NFL game for displaying a combined U.S.-Israeli flag in his corporate box. Yeah, so he's a Democratic Party organizer. That's interesting. Comments, it says, if you ever feel stupid, just remember there are people out there who think Israel is a victim. Another one, it says, he should be ashamed of his old ass because the whole world know the truth now and he's been so slow, LOL. Another one, the flag is the ugliest effing thing. Another one, it says, great job. We can't have people openly supportive of the murder of thousands of innocent men and women and children. It says, if you name his business, we can boycott them. It says, excellent. This must be done with the people's companies that support Israel and genocide.
Look at that. Screaming for the cancel culture.
Yeah. Another one, it says, wealthy man cannot believe that he cannot do whatever he wants, wherever he wants. This is probably the first time in his adult life that this has happened. Another one, it says, if you claim that you support BLM, Asian lives, LGBTQ, and other oppressed minorities, but turn your back on the Palestinian people, you cannot say you care about all of humanity. You don't get to pick and choose which oppressed groups of people life to support and which not. And if you do so, then you're just an accomplice and don't know anything about human rights or humanity. You don't need to be a Muslim to stand for Gaza. You just need to be human. So, but anyways, what they said was it wasn't because of it was an Israel United States combined flag. It said that you can't display stuff that's not related to the game, and that was the reason why they took it down.
Right. That's why I'm saying the metric to measure on that is if it had been a pride flag or a BLM flag, would they have made him take it down?
Yeah.
Okay. If they made people do that, take those flags down as well, Absolutely, not a problem. I agree with the no private flags, no personal banners that don't have to do with the game. I'm good with that. I
Yeah.
mean, that's a decent rule. It stops some of the static from interfering with the game.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it, and I support them taking it down, not because of what it is, but because of the very rule that they set. It doesn't have
Yeah.
anything to do with the game.
Right. So like they not only took the flag down, but they kicked him out too. So it's like this kind of thing. I mean, like people
Well,
came to
they made
enjoy the
him
game.
they made him take the flag down because that was the rule. I bet you they kicked him out because he was being a mouthy asshole.
Yeah. Yeah. Most likely he looks like the type. He gets to do whatever he wants all the time. He doesn't care about the rules. The rules don't apply to him. And so like it's a reason to not, to have a rule like this because well, not only is people coming to enjoy the game and they're not trying to be into politics, but you can get people really rowdy and somebody can get hurt, if you incite in people's emotions and stuff. Shit, they go crazy if their team loses. If throw some politics in there, and then you really got something going.
There's a lot of stuff too that people don't understand about all this stuff going on and things like that. It's like you don't have to be anti-Israel to be pro-Palestine. You don't have to be, anti-Palestine or anti-Israel to be pro-Palestine.
Right.
I mean, the problem is actually, in this case, it's not the Palestinian people. It's Hamas.
Right.
It's the organization, unfortunately, that they supposedly democratically elected to lead them and all that. But it's the organization that's the problem, That you can have concern for the Palestinian people and still support a nation of Israel. You can sit there and say the nation of Israel is punching down and doing horrible fucking things right now and still not be someone to deny them their existence. But at the same time, like that. So many of these people are like, you say anything positive about Israel, oh, you horrible human being. Say anything pro about Palestine, oh, you horrible human being. It's like, no, man, you can talk crap about Hamas, but the people of Palestine are stuck with these guerrilla warrior fighters, jihadists in their midst. I mean, and unfortunately, it's a part of the world that's not known for playing. They don't give a shit about collateral damage. I mean, half of that part of the world, oh, we're gonna boom boom you back to the Stone Age. They just look around and go, upgrade. I mean, at least for half the people living there.
Let's do this one right quick.
Texas economy and foreign relations is now the basis of a lawsuit over free speech. KVU political reporter Ashley Godot is here now. And Ashley, this is about a complicated topic, Israel.
Yeah, very complicated, Mike. In 2017, the state of Texas passed an anti-BDS or anti-boycott law. It banned state agencies from doing business with companies that boycott Israel. But a speech pathologist in Pflugerville says the state is trying to silence her right to free speech. May 2017.
Any anti-Israel policy is an anti-Texas policy.
Governor Greg Abbott signs an anti-boycott, divestments, and sanctions bill into law, prohibiting state agencies from doing business with companies that boycott Israel. Fast forward 19 months, it attacks me personally, attacks my family. This is Bahia Amawi. For the last 9 years, she's been an independent contractor with Pflugerville ISD, working as a speech pathologist for young children, specializing in students who speak Arabic. But when the time came to sign her contract this year, she saw this, a new clause as a result of the law stating the contractor doesn't and won't boycott Israel. As an American, Amawi says it violates her right to free speech, and as a woman of Palestinian descent, she says it does more.
I have a lot of family members who are still in the occupied territory suffering
about the Texas economy and foreign relations is now the basis of a lawsuit over free speech. KVU political reporter Ashley.
So it says it's illegal to boycott Israel in Texas. It says to the point where you'd lose your job if you refuse to sign. Yeah, I don't think they can really control what
No,
you.
that is not. That is completely misspoken for the way that is. She won't lose her job. They just won't renew the contract.
Well, that's the same as getting fired. I mean,
No, it is not. Her contract is over. It is her choice to renew it or not. These are the terms that the employer set. These are the terms the employer set for the contract. If you choose not to accept, you don't have to. Yes, it means you won't be working there anymore, but it is an independent contract. It's not like they hired her as a regular employee and then are now saying, oh, you have to follow these rules or you're fired.
Yeah.
There is a difference in the legality of this particular one, of this argument.
Well, what I would say is I would just sign the shit or whatever. I mean, like, how can they really enforce? How would they know that you're boycotting if you were? Like, if you, like, let's say you wasn't spending money at, I don't know, whatever company, Nestle or some shit like that. Some company that was an Israel company. How would they really enforce that?
Here is, as an independent contractor, is she hiring on as speech pathologist LLC? Are they hiring her company, via her company to do the work? And if so, does that company in its open statement say that it boycotts Israel? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it. So,
for example,
I mean,
I am Dr. Weird or Doc Weird LLC. And if I say as Doc Weird LLC, my company, which is, yes, it's my name, but it's also my company for rights purposes and stuff like that. If I say, well, I'm going to boycott Israel, then I can no longer take or contract any job with the state of Texas.
Yeah,
that's my choice. That's my choice as an independent contractor.
Yeah, well, you would have to have like a website or something, and then on your website it would say, we boycott Israel or something like that. I mean,
exactly. It would be known. It would be part of the public discussion. It would be part of whatever you put as a presence on a website.
Yeah, but otherwise you could just not put that on your website and just boycott them on the side. That's what I'm saying. Like I would just sign it.
Well, see, that's what I was saying. The difference between an individual and an entity. And it looks to me like they're hiring her as an individual and not an entity. So there is no rights involved. It's a choice. It is a private contract between two with conditions. If you do not agree to the conditions, you do not agree to the employment for that amount. I mean, yeah, it's a job you had and the conditions of that job changed. You either agree with it or you don't. Or you choose to sign it. And like I said, like we both said, she's an individual. What are they gonna do? Oh man, she's not gonna buy, she's not gonna go down to the Jewish meat market and buy stuff. She's not gonna go to a Jewish store. Does it really matter?
Yeah.
I mean, on an individual level, what is she going to do as an individual? As long as she doesn't sit there and go, I am not going to do anything, spend money, blah, 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 with anything based on Israel. It's like, well, gee, have fun having a bank account or almost anything these days.
Yeah.
Better check who your landlord is.
Yeah. I think people got to be smart, Like I don't agree with what Israel is doing or whatever, but I have like there's the Jewish Community Center. I have like a thing that I pay monthly so that I can go there and do the sign up for classes and stuff like that, family type deals. They have all kinds of stuff there.
They
And
got some good classes and stuff.
it's really cool. It's so nice. Like it's state of the art as facilities. It's super nice. So like, yeah, that don't have nothing to do with the other. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, people got to be smart. Is what I'm saying. Let me read this. It says, "What a shame for Texas and every single Texan." As I've quoted before, to learn who rules over you, simply find out who you are not allowed to criticize. It says, "I can't believe I'd consider Texas as a freedom loving state that I was planning to move to." Let's move on. Which one is this one? Oh, this is kind of cool. It says, "What do you say?" This is what I say. I know it's all over the place, language US. So we're talking about soda, fireflies, you guys, yard sale, trash can, tractor trailer, shoes, bubbler, highway, pajama, and caramel. So look, like check out the map here. Does it have music to this? Of course it has music. So like this is showing the map of the United States and how people say things different. Like trash can in the south, garbage can kind of up in the north, you know. Semi truck, most of the country, 18-wheeler, like only down south, part of Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, tractor trailer up in the north. Tennis shoes, most of the country, and then you got sneakers up northwest. It says Hawaiians just say shoes. So water fountain, that's what I say. Then it's got bubbler, two little spots, and then drinking fountain is the rest of the country right here. So you got highway and freeway. So highway is kind of like the west.
You know, on the bubbler, I bet you find it very interesting that where that comes from. I bet you both of those cities, those areas, were founded or first colonized by people from the same area of Europe.
I love these kinds of maps. Look at this one: Coke, soda, or pop. So down south, apparently, we say Coke. Up north
When someone says they want a Coke here in the South, you got to go, well, what flavor?
Yeah.
I want a Coke. Okay, yeah. What flavor? 7-Up. Okay. Yeah, that's not Coke. Yeah, it is.
They got y'all, you guys, garage sale, yard sale.
I use you guys and y'all both.
Yeah, I think I use
both. But I also use you guys as a gender neutral greeting, which is Southern.
Yeah.
Hey, dudes, and you guys are general neutral greetings when addressing groups here in the South.
Yeah, and we don't mean in any kind of way as like not pointing out the females or whatever. It's just you guys is everyone, like everyone.
Oh God, I got a group that was half transgender the other night, and I was dudes, you guys, hey, what's up? You know the funny thing? After the initial holy crap and after the conversation went on, nobody had a problem because they realized I was just Southern and I was still doing it properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worked for about 9 months in New York, got called into the HR. And there's been some complaints about you, some of the things that you say and stuff like that. I'm like, okay. And right about then, the secretary that was working for me comes in and says, oh, hey, stuck her head. Hey, I got all that stuff copied and everything. I said, okay, thank you, Don. And I'm like, what are we talking about? And the HR looks at me and goes, you're Southern, aren't you? I'm like, yeah. She says, oh, well, that explains everything. There's been some complaints about you being too familiar and stuff like that. I'm like, huh? What do you mean? What you just did there, you're not supposed to say that. Well, oh, okay. I'll let them know that you're Southern. Sure enough, as soon as they found out I was Southern, they invited me to go out with a group of them. It's like, oh, you're not a pig. You're not a pig. You're just Southern. That's cute. And I don't do baby, I don't do sugar, don't do honey, but I will when a lady does something for me, I'll go, thank you, darling. You know, because that's polite, and I mean that's the way I grew up. It was never a, you know, that's like Southern women will call you honey, even though you're not their man and stuff like that. I mean, it's those things that you can get in trouble with HR, but if it's someone that's not looking to be offended and knows anything about people, will sit back and go, oh, well, oh, you're Southern. Oh, you're Northern. Oh, that's just that's a casual thing. That's not an intended perv.
Let me read some comments. I got some comments here. It says, they act like people are stupid. They sure do. It says, I can divide. He says, I used to pay 2 for 28 ounce, and now I'm paying 4 for 24 ounce. And he says, you have to go to bodegas. Earlier, I was talking about Dollar General and how people go to Dollar General and they think they're winning because the price is less, but the packages are smaller. So really, in a lot of cases, you're paying more for less.
And don't forget, it's $1.25 tree now. It's not Dollar Tree anymore. It's $1.25 tree.
They need to put that in the title. People know what they're getting into. This is funny. It says, no contraceptives, 700 wives, 300 concubines, but just 3 children. King Solomon's story is not clear. This is going to piss a lot of people off. I think a lot of people, they just don't take the time to think about stuff. Like, they just take it for face value, and then they don't really just like do any kind of like introspection at all. Like, it's Shift Your Paradigm posted this. It says, do you know Solomon kids? It says, before it was ever written down, the oldest part of the Bible were passed along through oral tradition. Even when written down, many different versions and interpretations exist. Ethiopia had an early version. It wasn't until the 1st century BC that Jews settled on the canon of their scripture, and by 350 AD, Christians, read Romans, agreed on all the books of their New Testament. It was exclusively a decision of the Roman Empire. Christianity, initially a protest movement against Roman imperial oppression and slavery, was joined by the Romans, taken over and initially organized in Rome's interest by Constantine. Today, numerous translations and interpretations of the Bible exist in dozens of languages. The oldest written parts of the Bible rediscovered were initially transcribed into the last 3 languages. The Hebrew Bible, what Jews call the Tanakh and Christians call the Old Testament, was first written in Hebrew with few chapters of the books of Daniel and parts of Ezra recorded in Aramaic, which was a language widely spoken from 600 BC to 200 BC. In the Levant and small areas of Western Asia until the 13th century, Arabic and Arabs replaced it. In the 1st century AD, the Christian New Testament was initially in the Mediterranean area and Western Asia's common Greek Koine. This was a language of defeated peoples occupied and ruled by the Greeks from 300 BC to 150 AD. Rome-led Christianity was wiped out of Arab-conquered areas in the face of Arab Islamic encroachment in North Africa in the 7th century AD, leaving only tattered remnants of Christianity in what had become named Egyptian, Coptic, and Ethiopian Orthodox churches. Rome-led Christianity was wiped out of Arab-conquered areas. Wait a minute, he said that already. Okay, yeah. That's a nice little bit of history there. And it kind of helps understand the context of kind of like even the Palestine-Hamas conflict and stuff like that. Like, I think people really just don't understand I don't know. You have to put history in context to understand some things. Like, I don't really know what my point is here. Let's read some comments. It says probably because he never existed, unlike Mansa Musa. Another comment, it says worry about the math in your life, solve that equation. Another one, it says maybe he had one hell of a pullout game. It says thank you for the work you put in to open our minds for critical thinking. Salute to you. It says pullout game A1. Maybe he only claimed 3 to inherit his wealth. So that's a good possibility right there. Let's see. Strong pullout game. Homie had a good pullout game. It says it's possible.
And don't forget, they really don't count females as children as much either. So he could have had 100 daughters and 3 sons.
It says
I
it's
mean,
possible.
one of the things about them saying Jesus was a virgin birth. Well, what's up with that is, and where did the sisters come from? Because they said he had a couple of older sisters. Was the woman was considered virgin until they gave birth to a son.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the rumors you hear why they've been together and why Mary wasn't really, trying to explain the idea of virgin birth doesn't necessarily mean ain't been bonked before.
And that's one of the things that leads to a lot of confusion is when people try to look at history through a contemporary lens, and the way people looked at stuff and the way they thought and the way they moved was so different that you can't really just look at it through our way of looking at things. Things were so different.
You see, I personally think it was probably more along that line. Otherwise, the word used for Jesus's mother would have been pure, not virgin. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. It says it's possible he wasn't even sleeping with most of them. A good number of them were his admirers and lusting after his looks and wisdom. The Bible was specific about his escapades with Queen of Sheba because that's where his focus was on. It even recorded explicit details of his sexual escapades with her. Yeah, so yeah, if you have 700 wives, 300 concubines, there's no way you're having sex with all of them. Like, where would you find the time? Like, it's just not happening.
Well, the concubines would not have produced sons, heirs, or anyone of notable.
Anyways, they wouldn't have been recognized.
The wives probably just got donked once on the night of conquering whatever tribe for symbolic reasons, and then never messed with again.
Let's see this one.
Was underestimated the whole way because Fane just beat them everywhere. It was very much guerrilla action. It was very smart. They were completely they were outgamed at every turn. I mean, it was almost like that Fane was a great NFL coach who really figured out all the weaknesses of the other team and just came in and blew them away. They were blitzing. They were doing everything right. I mean, they had like linebacker and corner blitzes and safety blitzes, and they like the other guys I love Farley and I love Barr, and and I think that they were, wow, what happened? They were in the wow, what happened camp, and when the game was over, it was just a real beatdown. I think that the UAW was underestimated the whole way because Fane just beat them everywhere.
So Jim Cramer has to admit it. It says, I think the UAW was underestimated the whole way. Fane just beat them everywhere. It was very much guerrilla action. It was very smart. Fane was a great NFL coach who figured out all the weaknesses of the other team and just blew them away. So they're talking about how the UAW was successful with what they were trying to do, and how he pulled it off. It's kind of interesting to have Kramer comment on this when he's a guy who does stocks and stuff. So, like, for him to weigh in. Well, he does talk about. I guess it matters, though. I guess it matters in his realm too.
Well, no, yeah, that's why he's weighing. That's why he's weighing in on it, is because they actually manage when the strikes and stuff really start to affect the stocks and things. That's when the negotiations start to change one way or another. That's what he analyzes, is stocks and stuff like that. So strikes, product slowdowns, all this stuff going on. That's the stuff he watches for and analyzes. Like, did you know that prices of goods up and down that rail line that blew up went up for several months because there were products that used to go through that way that were having to go different directions and go by truck or alternate routes around. So it slowed down production for and transportation for a lot of the bigger businesses in that area too. Ones that depended on that rail line going through.
And you can
So
expect,
if you were smart, you could have gone in, bought into those businesses while they were getting hurt from that, and then turned around. And now that it's all working again, prices go back up. Boom! You just made a whole bunch of money.
So, comment, it says, this will ripple to every industry. I have faith in a workers' movement changing America for the better. Great comment. You know, they're not covering that stuff very much in the news either. Like when the strike was happening, they was covering it. But once they start winning, then they know the media stopped covering that shit.
Well,
a lot of those strikes
if there's not people out holding up signs and complaining about stuff, there's nothing to show, nothing to report anymore. Let's move on to the next white cop that does bad things, or let's move on to the next war, or let's move on to you don't need 30 shots to shots to hunt deer, but you do need 10 shots to stop a cold, kind of thing. Sorry. Sorry, you know what I mean. I mean, you don't. Civilians don't need to have AK-47s. Oh, here's $10 billion to send overseas to arm their civilians with AKs.
Yeah. So clickbait and emotional, stuff. So yeah, but pretty much all of those strikes were successful, right? The writer strike, the actor strike is over now.
That went into that actually screwed me really, really bad, because I had a job opportunity during that to do some voice stuff, and I didn't take it because it was for the company and not a specific production. So if I had taken it, they were going to take all my voiceover and stuff like that and produce an AI voice, and they were going to pay me one time for my 1 week of work, and then never have to pay me again, but still be able to use my voice for anything they wanted to. And that's part of what the strike was about, was how they'll pay you $6,500 to come in for a week and do body capture, motion capture, and do voice and stuff like that. And then from then on, they can use your CGI image and they can use your voice and not have to pay you anymore. That was one of the big. That's some of the big stuff that strike was about that people don't realize that was going on.
Yeah, so they want some concessions related to the AI stuff too. So some worker protections related to that. Let's read this. It says Biden has lost key voting blocks forever. It has everything to do with Biden and nothing to do with Trump. The "our only chance" or Biden or Trump convo only gets more ridiculous as time goes on. It's clear neither man should be in power. This is a further erosion of democracy. And it's like
Boom. Thank
that's
you. How long have I been saying that?
and that's the only play the Democrats have is like, you know, you have to vote for Biden or you're gonna get Trump. Like you're not offering anything. Like you just have to vote against that other guy. Like that's all they get. That's all they
I
have.
want to know who is pulling Biden's strings, because I really want to know who we're voting for on the Democrat side, and why are they so afraid of us knowing that they're willing to put him up front above anyone else? Because there's some people they could pull up and do really, really well. I mean, they won't be a Biden, but they sure as heck won't be a Trump. I mean,
Yeah.
Trump is poison. At this point, I think if he gets the presidency back, he's going to do exactly what they're afraid of. And he's going to go in and he's going to use the presidential seat to start going after people.
Yeah. I played a clip earlier in the show where he said that's what he's gonna do.
I agree. It needs to be done, but it needs to be done on both sides. I think for every Democrat that he takes out, he should take out a Republican too.
Yeah.
And he's got the dirt. If not, him and Hillary can team up. Between them, they got the dirt on everybody.
And I can't see them being in a team on anything. But in the clip, he said he's going to weaponize the
They're both
DOJ.
on Team Epstein. They're both on Team Don't Release the Epstein Logs.
Everybody's on that team, seems like. Everybody in politics. He
And
said he's going to.
Hollywood and the media and law enforcement.
He said he's going to weaponize the DOJ to go after his political opponents. And I was saying, like, he's not mincing his words. He's going to do exactly what he said. What he said.
You know, he just said the quiet part that's going on now out loud.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what was done against him. It really is. I mean, just like the media going after him. I mean, they did. I mean, it's obvious enough that it can be admitted, but still not be that big of a freaking deal.
And that question you asked a minute ago is important, I think, where you said who is running the show? Like, why are they putting up Biden? Like, they don't have any real alternatives to Biden to put up there. Like, and you know, so who is benefiting from this situation? Like, that's a good question to ask. Let me read this. It says, the more people insist on Biden being the singular, unquestioned alternative to Trump, the more authoritarian it all feels, especially when we're told there won't be a ceasefire or a primary. Yeah, authoritarian is exactly what it is. And when they tell you, you know, you only have these two options or whatever, like, you know, pick, and then it's like you have to pick this guy or whatever. Like it's dictating to people what, you know, who they have to vote for. And everybody is just going for the okie doke. And then they do this every damn cycle and people fall for it over and over again. It's crazy.
You know, we've got a bunch of people up there that think that the government should be telling the people what we should be doing. And that is a singular 100% problem with me coming from both sides. I mean, our very Constitution is based on what the government is not allowed to do to the people. The government is not supposed to be our boss, our daddy, and all of that. They're supposed to be there to help regulate problems between the states. You know, to help to keep a good defense, you know, a good defense, borders, policy, an infrastructure, stuff like that. They're not supposed to be telling us what we can and can't do. I mean, that should be a state to state. Now, there are laws, there are things that are agreed between all states, and that's reasonable and that's understandable to be a federal thing. But the more they try to control, the more they meddle, the more they into our lives, the less freedom it is, the more authoritarian it becomes.
Yeah.
And both sides are crushing. You know, they're taking more by saying, "Hey, we're trying to give you more freedom by saying you can't do this or you can't think this or you can't say this." They're actually taking 10 times more. Every step they make forward pushes us 10 steps back as far as freedom goes.
What a mind fuck too, and we're all just going for that shit. It's crazy, and they ratcheted that shit up with the pandemic. Like they took it to a whole nother level.
And think about it, that was just a phase 1 or phase 2 test. We still got a phase 3, 3 and 4 test before the 5th step comes, and that's going to be, you know, we have assumed control. They drop Ed 209 and RoboCop on the streets.
It's like, and that's happening too. And they're like, you're free to wear a mask. You're free to be 6 feet apart from each other. You're free to take these freaking jabs, you know?
But you're not free to say, I don't want to wear a mask. You're not free to not have a party with your friends in the backyard. And you're not free to say no to the jab if you want to live, if you want to have a minimum income to survive, to work, to have all of your other rights.
It's crazy. Let me read this one. It says, I said months ago how the 2024 U.S. presidential contest is currently out of compliance with both U.S. constitutional law and international standards for a free and fair democratic election. That was even before the Genocide Joe era. Who is this Bree Newsom? She's dropping fire. It says, the U.S. is not currently on track to hold a legal presidential election in 2024. And the elite are focused on blaming TikTok, like we need a new government or the complete dissolution of nation states, or at the very least, a legitimate national election, maybe. Yeah, man, crazy times. Some people are saying the election is not going to happen at all. Let me read this. It says, the reality is now becoming quite clear. You don't come back from funding, arming, and supporting genocide, from bear hugging Bibi and offering unconditional backing. All the voters who plugged their noses and voted in 2020, they are likely lost. If we want to win down ballot, you have to have a candidate people are hopeful about. No one is excited about Biden. He's not Trump, doesn't excite people. You can win 2 times in a row with a he's not Trump, especially when he spent the last 3 years doing a lot of things Trump did that we hated. POTUS started his run telling everyone he'd only do a single term, and now we're being forced to hitch our broken wagons to a broken horse that is trampling our humanity. We all agreed how effed up the electoral college is, but then we allow the DNC to be shady as F and make it so we can have a primary where we decide who is best to represent us and best to beat Trump. This isn't democracy, never has been.
Okay, about 8 years ago, give or take a little, remember the chick that climbed up, I think it was the South Carolina Capitol building flagpole and pulled down the Confederate flag?
Yeah, I remember that.
This is her.
Oh, that's what this is?
This is actually the girl that did that.
Okay. All right.
I had to look up at the name. As soon as I saw her regular picture, I'm like, I remember her.
That was
and
cool.
while I don't feel as bad and I'm not as angry about the Confederate flag as most, because I'm sorry, I grew up down the street from a bike gang called the African Bandits, which is a bunch of black guys that had Confederate flags all over their stuff. I mean, I grew up in the South. I understand more what the difference between the rebel, the Southern, and I also understand why it's so offensive and stuff. But I have always 100% agreed that it should never be flown on anything with the American flag or on any government building. no matter what side you stand on the flag, the Confederate flag, it should never be flown on any government building of any kind. Just seriously.
I agree with that. Comment, it says, enjoy fascism. There they go, using that word. Another comment, it says, why Americans cannot found a communist party and vote for it. Honest question. McCarthyism. Another comment, it says, don't let fascism win. We need to vote blue. I know it hurts, but Trump sets us back 100 years and has more plans to further ruin the country. This person seemed like he left a comment underneath his post, but he must have didn't read the damn post. Like, these people's brains aren't connected. The left to the right side of their brain is not connected or something. Or it's like they turn their brain off. Like, this is like, he says,
TDS, Trump Derangement Center. You say the name Trump, and they lose their freaking minds. All reasonable thought goes out. I consistently have discussions with people that literally said he did not do a single good thing while he was in office. None of it. Everything that he did in office should be turned around, and undone.
And I wouldn't agree with that.
They need it. I mean, they're willing to die on that hill.
And that's what's been fed to them. But this is so crazy because this post is saying the opposite of that. It's saying that that's the problem, that way of thinking of vote blue no matter who. And then this guy makes the comment that we need to vote blue no matter who because of Trump. Like, make it make sense. Next comment, it says, serious question, what's the move? What can be done? See, now this is better. This is, it does feel like an impossible situation. It does. There are some answers, trying to get the third parties to get strong enough to be, viable is one, But like the comment before talking about vote blue no matter who is the opposite of what we're talking about here. So this guy says, serious question, what's the move? What can be done? That is where we are. Like, that's relevant to this post. Like, this person is actually getting it. Another comment says the same reasoning was used against Hillary Clinton, and you got Trump. Vote blue no matter who if you want to save your country. Trump equals fascism, and there's no coming out of that. You can work with Democrats. Don't be naive. The world is watching and depends that Americans hold the line. There goes more of that. I think some of these people are like bots too, because I noticed that a lot of bots have come out since the Palestine, the Israel-Hamas thing. And I think some of these people, like, what was it? I was watching the thing about the coups. I'm probably going to cover that tomorrow, but they was talking about the, how like when they want to do a coup, they tend to make it look like there's protests, so they pay these people to go out. It's never as big as like these tens of thousands of protests. Those are organic because they can't pay that many people, but they have people, they pay these people to go and protest. And that starts to like, make it look like, the leaders, the people aren't happy with the leader. And that's the beginning of the direction of the coup. You know what I'm saying? So it gives it legitimacy or whatever, So that I think this happens online too. I think that you have people that's paid to make comments to like, lead the other people into a certain direction or whatever. Or make it look like it's more people than it is that thinks about a certain way about a certain topic. So they scour the internet and look for posts to, hammer in the narrative or whatever. And I think they're paid to do this.
Here's the funny thing I like about everyone screaming fascism. And when you try, and I'm sorry, you know how I like to flip things and stuff like that. The only reason fascism can't be used with the left is part of its very definition is far right, which it really shouldn't say far right, because It's authoritarian, ultranationalist political ideology and movement characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition, belief in a natural social hierarchy, subordination of individual interests for the perceived goods of the nation or race, and strong regimentation of society and the economy. Tell me what, other than far right specifically, and maybe a little ultranationalist, but that's pretty true too. But other than taking far right out of that, what part of that doesn't describe the left as well right now, or the current regime?
It probably describes the left more accurately.
So when they say fascism, when they say, I just know they're talking bull. They're using a catchphrase. Because, like I said, the only thing that makes that exclusive of the right is the fact that they put far right in the definition. When I see, I'm sorry, best example, Antifa is the most fascist group I've ever seen. They use violence, suppression of opposition, forcible suppression, violence. You know, they use the very same tactics and purpose that they say that they're fighting against. And it's like, and their argument is, well, you know, if you don't like us, how, you know, you're saying you support fascism if you don't support us. It's like, but if I say I don't like you, then you're going to beat the hell out of me. And that's what fascists do, right?
I really don't like the way people be throwing around that word and not knowing what it really means. And like, I don't know, you point to each side is calling the other side fascist. It's not getting us anywhere. And we're going down this road.
The left fascist because it's not part of the definition. Only the right can be called fascist. I'm one of the people that says, well, look at it. They're both fascist if you take the far right out of it. And the ultranationalist, because I'm sorry, right now the left is not very patriotic.
Let me read another comment. It says, you have two choices, but we tell you what they are. It's not really having choices. That's akin to what you tell a 3-year-old. You can wear the blue sweater or the red sweater. It's giving the illusion of choice. Yeah. Your choice is between the choices that I've given you. We read this one. It says, this isn't the take. We already know what happens when apathy takes hold of progressives. We get Trump and fascists in power, eroding even more human rights. It steps backwards for decades. Look at the Supreme Court. There are consequences to apathy. You don't have to love the choice, but don't send us all further back. Making me want to vomit. Those kind of comments make me want to vomit. You know, that's how they win. It's the incrementalism. It's the like, I think of the MLK quote where it says, justice deferred is justice denied. So it's kind of like with us voting for Biden to not vote for Trump, even though we're not moving forward in the we're not getting the policies that we want. We're not getting the representation that we want. But, you know, it's just wait a little while. It'll come around eventually, like type shit.
You know, I like the quote from The Witcher's, I believe it's the first book in the Witcher series. He said he's being told you have to choose this or this. And he goes, so you're asking me to choose between the lesser of two evils. You're still trying to make me choose evil, and I refuse to do that.
Yes, move.
Yeah.
I mean, I have never voted against a candidate. I've only voted for. I mean, and if that means, well, I don't have a party really. I've claimed Democrat before, I've claimed Republican before, and that was to be able to have a chance to go to the conventions to see what they were like. And it's just a whole bunch of yuppies that try to pretend that they are good little boys and girls that are getting drunk and being frat boys and drinking and doing drugs and stuff like that. I mean, they just got mommies and daddies and people that can afford to it not show up on the records.
Let's look at this. It says Harris County is the most ethnically diverse county in Texas, new data shows. Harris County residents can claim a new title for their stomping grounds, most ethnically diverse county in Texas. According to newly released data from the U.S. Census Bureau, Harris County's population includes people from 364 ethnic groups, dozens more than any other county across the state, including 33 groups only found in Harris County. The data cements Harris County as the sixth most ethnically diverse county in the nation. The data was collected during 2020 decennial census and captures the national population with an unprecedented degree of granularity. Nearly 1,500 unique ethnic groups are represented. The census collected information by asking people to share their specific race and ethnicity groups they identify with, such as Irish, Korean, Lebanese, and American Indian or Alaskan Native tribes like Navajo Nation. A majority of Texans shared detailed information in the survey, but the results aren't perfect because the data relies on self-identification. For example, the entire population of Loving County, home to only a few dozen people, did not share the specific groups they identify with. The data allows researchers to explore the nooks and crannies of Texas demographic composition in the aftermath of state's population boom over the past decade. Texas population rose by 16% from 2010 to 2020. Yep, I wonder how much it has grown since then. And the accuracy of the census is off. A lot of people don't even fill out the census. Like, I wonder how many people didn't even do it. Because I don't think I did it, the 2021. I don't remember filling it out. I do remember seeing the form, but I don't remember doing it.
Here's the funny thing about it. It is pretty accurate. I mean, considering it of the sheer amount of data it does. But what people don't realize is for the people that don't fill it out and stuff like that, and then they bitch about, oh, well, we don't have enough money for schools. We don't have enough money for roads. We don't have enough money for this. It's like, well, a lot of that is based on census data. So when you don't fill that out, you know, say 20% of all people in America don't fill that out. Well, that's 20% of those people in your area. And considering we're in a metropolitan area, that 20% of people is going to impact budgets and things like that a whole lot more than, say, a little county out in nowhere that only has 40,000 people in it. I mean, when they start doling that money out, they're going to lose a few thousand. We're going to lose millions.
And you're absolutely right. I'm completely wrong for not filling out that form. It's a lot of stuff that's related to
I'm
that.
not saying that I fill it out either. I'm just saying, you know.
Yeah.
It is what it is, and I'm at least going to be accountable and say, you know, I know what it does. I know what I don't do. Bad me too.
Yeah. I can't help but to think of the Anchorman clip where the guy he's like, and take me off your census. What did he say? Oh, that clip is funny as hell. It's like, anyways, like a lot of people do have issues with it. Like, and maybe I do too, like in the back of my mind and underneath it in the subconscious or whatever. It's like, why you want
It's
to know all this
invasive.
information about me? Yeah, why do you want to? You're asking too many.
It ain't none of your damn business.
Yeah, you're asking me way too many questions, man. I don't
Yet
know if
they'll
I really want
fill out
to share this.
50. Yet they'll fill out 52 pages and keep track of what they watch for 2 or 3 months to get a $50 Amazon card for the Nielsen ratings.
Yeah, man. So yeah, but at the end of the day, I have to say this because we're on the show. The right thing to do is to fill out that form.
Yes, I mean, like I said, that's how they allocate government spending money and resources and stuff like that. So it is important. And if you think that your area doesn't get enough of that money and you're not filling that census form out, well, you're part of the reason why it's not getting that money.
Yeah.
And yes, it's invasive. And if you don't want to do it, don't do it. But be aware of, the consequences of not doing it. Or
So
take some
yeah,
time and try to help raise some money in another way.
I like these charts right here. So like it says each circle represents an ethnicity group sized by the share of the Texas population. Only includes groups that comprise 0.1% or more of the population. So you see Hispanic is 31%. It's the biggest bubble. And you got African American here at 7%. But then over here, it's got German 9%, Irish 7%, English 12%. So, the way that they have encompassed this ethnicity of white would put these three in the same group, I think you could say. So the representation would make it look like they're taking up smaller part of the population, but they would be grouped together, like, what am I trying to say? Like, as far as the block,
Well, see, the word American shouldn't even be on African American, should it?
right? How come none of the other ones have that?
But see, like when I was still growing up in the late '70s, when I first started becoming aware of the world, '80s, '90s, not even really into the '90s, but into the '80s, back when boomers and stuff were still making the movies and doing all the stuff. I always heard Irish American, German American, English, French, Franco American, stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, somewhere about the time, I would say late 80s, early 90s, when it's not a cause, it's just a time indicator. All of a sudden, it became African Americans instead of black people or colored people and white people,
And that's how they manipulate things.
And I'm not knocking it. Actually, that is progress because I always thought black and colored were a little strange.
I like black way better than I like African American. I've said that time and time again. And these distinctions are what they use to like. It's really like, I don't know. I mean, it would take a long time to really try to dig into this, but there's a lot going on here. Because, like you said, why come they have to add that American hyphen on there? You could do Mexican American, Irish American, German American, English American. You could say that, but they don't put that on there. They put it on the African American one. Like there's something definitely going on there with that, And it just, like I say, it shows how they create these distinctions. It's like they race is a social construct, anyways.
Now, I do approve of American Indian.
Well, because Indian is confusing, and then that is terrible. American Indian, like it's already a misnomer at the beginning when you say Indian, because the Indians are from India, like. So then you have to put the American Indian on there so what about the people that are from India who have a citizenship of United States citizenship.
Yeah,
They're American Indians too.
Neighborly, I saw the sarcasm in that before you posted your second comment.
What? There's comments I'm missing
Over on Twitch.
on Twitch. Wait, and then there's something
Your
here.
neighborly sheet poster.
It says Republicans are the most sane, well-spoken, composed bunch. They make the most rational arguments and never skip a beat on the pulse of the world and the reality we live in. They're paragons of democracy around the world and give us an example how politics ought to be conducted. Yeah. That's got to be sarcasm. Now I dare you to read this without laughing. Yeah. It was hard for me to read it. My brain was like, okay.
Dude, I grew up a military brat, and I've been in food service and bartending for 25 years. All I have left is sarcasm and dad jokes. I saw that one coming.
So these are cool little. It says Harris County's
You could
population.
also put Democrats in there and post the same thing, and
Yeah.
it would be just as hilarious.
Yeah. So looking at this though, Mexican group 9 that's 9 million there. That's the largest group by far. English, but you can put English, German, and Irish together, like I say, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So then that would be right underneath the Mexican, or right at the same number too. And then you would go to African American, would be the next one down, just over 2 million. So then you got Scottish, Italian, Asian, Indian. So then that's the one that we're talking about when you were saying American. What'd you say? American Indian.
I said I'm perfectly okay with them using the words American Indian, even though
Yeah,
there are
so-
people that yell at me for that. I don't care. I have some blood, so
Yeah.
at least
So
it's
the-
raw.
So the distinction American Indian would represent the Native Americans or Aboriginal
Yes.
Americans, but
Indigenous
here-
Americans.
and
But
here it has
that would disclude, that would actually put Mexicans partly in with Indigenous Americans as well.
right. Maybe not all of them, but and then so this distinction right here, Asian Indian, that's the group that that's the distinction of the Indian American.
Yes, and man, you want to tick off a teacher or really quick, make the mistake of grouping India in with the Middle East because they're all that general olive color.
Look how many Salvadorian you have here. That's 300,000. Number 10 on the list. Next down is Vietnamese, Polish, Chinese, Filipino, Puerto Rican, Czech, Honduran, Dutch, Swedish, and Norwegian.
It's like I've seen Dutch and Swedish. Norwegian is like, really?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Where did they come from?
That's a large number too, 130,000.
Well, Scottish, we've got a lot. I know a lot of Scottish people are here working in the industry, energy industry. So I don't know what all is up about that. But then again, is that ancestry or ethnicity? If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because my ethnic group, I would be in both German and Scottish. Those are my two predominant ones.
Yeah, a lot of confusion there. Yeah, let's do this.
$1.2 trillion. What? That's what raising interest rates does. Gives rich people more money. I thought higher interest rates means we have to pay more on our loans and mortgages. When you or I take out a loan, it's a liability. We have to pay it back with interest. So when interest rates go up, life is more expensive for us. Right. But when a bank or a wealthy person loans out money, they earn interest. They get more money back. It's an asset. It's how they make money. What? Who can afford to loan money out? It's bankers, it's wealthy elites, it's people with extra money. When interest rates go up, they make that much more on the money they loan out. Wait, so you're saying rich people are getting richer because of the high interest rates? Yep. That doesn't even include government bonds. When the Fed raises interest rates, the interest earned on government bonds goes up as well? Bonds? The name's bond. Treasury bond. A treasury bond is like an investment or a savings account. For example, let's say a rich person gives the government $2,000. They'll earn interest over 10 years. That's a small amount, but it's secure. It's a guaranteed trade backed by the US federal government. When interest rates go up, rich people make a bigger return on government issued bonds as well. Not a bank, not a private equity firm from the US government. Why does the government issue bonds anyway? It's a part of how they do public spending. The government says, hey, give us money now, we'll use it for stuff, and then we'll give it back to you with interest after a few years. How do they pay the interest? Usually public spending means more economic growth. Their thinking is that means more sales, corporate, capital gains, and income taxes are collected, so they'll have more money to pay back that loan with interest because the economy grows. But public spending doesn't have to be funded with bonds. Yeah, the tax revenue. Not taxes either. They can just make dollars from scratch. Think about money as a tool for organizing the economy. You need dollars to start a business, to pay workers, get land, machinery, tools. If dollars are put into the economy and they go towards increasing economic productivity, then the economy grows. There are real things of value represented by the dollars. The return justifies the initial dollars put in. Right now, rich people buy bonds and those dollars go towards public spending. And then the interest they are paid is the money made off of our country's entire workforce and increase in productivity. Instead, the government can issue no bonds at all. Cutting out the middleman? Cutting out the middleman. Instead of paying that money out to rich people through interest, we could use that money to invest in schools, roads, highways, public health care, or entirely take the dollars out of circulation. Then the dollars we have already out there represent more things of value out in the economy and we'd have deflation. But we pay interest on bonds and make rich people richer instead? Yeah. The U.S. government's giving rich people $1.2 trillion. What? That's what raising interest rates does. Gives rich people more money.
Yeah, so like this brings a whole lot to mind. So we know that isn't it right every year they take certain amount of dollars out of circulation, they be burning them? Because I remember saw this thing where it was a lady who worked at the place and she was like trying to steal the money that they were burning or whatever. Got in a whole lot of trouble for doing that too. It's like a major ass crime. And so, but like they were saying that the reason why they want to raise interest rates is because they want to get control of inflation. So it's like inflation is rising. So we want to slow that down by raising interest rates, which puts pressure on people to, spend less or whatever, right? So, but then what this lady is explaining in this video is like a certain segment of our society benefits from these higher interest rates, making them more money, so it's good for them. So, but the average person who's trying to go buy a car or a house or whatever is having a hard time because the interest rates are so high. The people who have already bought a house, if they don't have a fixed mortgage, then they're paying more for their house. Like the cost that they signed up for the house to be is not what they're paying now. They're paying, in some cases, it may even double. Like I covered a story earlier in the show where they were talking about the Canadian market and talking about how like these people signed on for like a 20-year mortgage or a 25-year mortgage, and they may end up paying it for 45 years. So yeah, so
you yourself have experience with that
adjustable rate mortgage.
Imagine what just happened to people that have those right now. After years and years of it being nothing, and now, literally 6 months ago, 8 months ago, you could have gone and with good credit, you could have gotten like 4 or 5% for your house, your house note. And now with that same credit, that good 720 solid credit, you're looking at 8.8 to 9% on a house note. On a $250,000 house, that's almost $600,000 by the time you're done paying for it.
So, and the other comment I made earlier was that, like, if you wanted to do some investments to make some money in this situation, like being a lender would be a good move, right? Because you would benefit from these higher interest rates, right? Directly. If you was a lender for someone who was buying a home, and you put up the money for that, they have to pay the money back, and they have to pay it back with interest. So that would be a good investment
Dude,
right now in this market.
they hit me for 14.9 on my car notes. And I got a good deal because if I went today, it would be like 18 or 19% almost for the exact same loan because the prime rate's gone up since I went in there. I knew they were going to do it because remember we were talking about how it had been rising on the show, and I looked into it and they were talking about raising it again. So I literally went on a Tuesday and bought it, and like 2 or 3 days later, it would have cost me an extra 3% or more for the exact same loan.
And 20% interest on a loan is so crazy. That's insane. Like
14.9 is insane for a car note, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, you was talking about 18 something. That's almost 20%. And it's like, and I noticed like on my credit cards, because I have the automatic deal where it takes out the cost for the credit cards. It just comes out of my thing, automatic payment out of my account.
You do the auto minimums.
Auto minimum. And freaking the damn chunks, that shit was like nothing at first, and now it's like big ass chunks. Like before I didn't even notice it. Now I'm like, damn.
Yeah, and think about it. I had put $2,000 on credit cards for my down payment for my car. I mean, I threw everything possible at it for 2 months straight. I mean, and got it knocked out of the way. But that minimum payment, the first month was like $80. The second month was 95. And I didn't use the card for anything else between that month to month.
Yeah, that's the situation I'm in, and I noticed that like I say, it was nothing at first, and now it's big, huge chunks coming out. And then I still owe. It's the amount that I owe isn't going down.
But see,
I'm fucking myself.
I've got mine set on auto payment. And then that leaves me, I've got a certain amount of money that I set back for credit card payments. That leaves me $150 each month to put on whatever card. So I've been doing that. I've been throwing that extra $150 either at the highest total or the one closest to getting paid off. Because if I can pay it off, then I can put that $35 minimum a month payment toward another one. I'll have more money in that every month.
The first month I have some substantially extra money. I'm putting it all on my credit cards. I swear to G. Let me read a couple comments. He says, I'm a dad joke factory. He says, well, I mean, Democrats don't call a Jewish person a Nazi. So shrugs, I don't know, as silly as Democrats are, I don't think they're at that level.
I don't know. I've heard a lot of Democrats call Ben Shapiro a Nazi.
It says, Democrats don't call slavery involuntary migration. He says, I'd ask the indigenous person what they prefer generally because it varies from person to person. I usually call them Native Americans or indigenous people. Social distinctions are super arbitrary. They are because it's completely made up.
Well, no, man, about the involuntary migration, though. That sounds like a very, very left kind of politically correct thing to say. I mean, we wouldn't want to use the S word on people now, would we?
Involuntary migration. Oh my God. Anyways, this chick right here was making some really good points on this. Let's read some comments on this. It says, and if rates are low, you'd complain elders. Wait a minute. And if rates were low, you'd complain elders on fixed incomes weren't making enough interest. What is he trying to say? If rates were low, you'd complain elders on fixed incomes weren't making enough interest.
He's chunking out about the fallacy about how every elderly person on a fixed income is actually got savings and crap like that, when actually about 60% of them don't. And by the time we retire, it's going to be almost 70% of elderly don't have significant retirement accounts to help pad their livings.
Okay, I get it. For like your retirements or stuff, like if you have money put away for your retirement or whatever it is, like you got your 401ks or whatever,
So he's saying if rates are low, you complain elders on fixed income weren't making enough interest.
Right.
So
they're not making enough.
Not elders on fixed incomes have a nest egg or savings or are making money off of interest rates. They're just getting that freaking minimum that they threw into Social Security for most of their life.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I got so much problem with them trying to take it away or find ways to not get it, because some people, that's all they have, because life has taken everything else out of them. I'm going to be that way. When I get old enough to retire, Social Security is going to be all I've got.
Yeah, so it's always somebody to make the damn opposite arguments. Like, I guess no matter what, somebody loses and somebody wins, but it's like this person is making this argument to say that he wants interest rates to be ridiculously high so that people who are, have on fixed income can be getting some money off their money is sitting or whatever. Like, that argument is kind of. Let me move on. It says, the point here is the system is designed by capitalists for capitalists. Any way you look at it, capitalists benefit to the detriment of everyone else, including the rest of the world, which is exactly why we need system changes. Okay, now that's a really good comment right there. And whenever you talk about structural issues or like the system or whatever, then it's like people tune out. Like they always say, well, you could just do this, or well, you could just do that, or whatever. It's like your fault or whatever. Like you could work 3 jobs, or you could do this, or you could just be the capitalist person and make your investments and go, be a lender or whatever. But it's like, why can't just focus on, changing the system, make it better, make it work for everyone, more fairly,
No. See, that's the thing. It does work for everyone, and that's the problem. Everyone finds holes, everyone finds flaws. The biggest flaw is the fact that we weren't taught how the system works in school. We weren't taught at an early age the choices that we make and how much of a difference they would make as we went on in life. If I knew in high school the things that I learned during the lockdown while I was researching money and how to make money and how to survive and all that, I would have been a millionaire already. But that's what we have to do. We're screwed. The next 2-3 generations, we're screwed. But if we start teaching the kids that are in school now about investing, about how to make money, about how to let money work for itself, about what it takes to operate a business, about the difference in paths between going to a trade school and a college. And if you go to a college for a reason and get a degree that's marketable, not just a piece of paper on the wall that says you made it through college. If we start teaching this at an earlier age, and I would say start around middle school, so they can start developing their high school years toward whether or not they want to go on in education, move to a trade school. Teach them all this about how finances work, how loans work, how credit works, how to build credits at an early age, and how to keep good credit. Then you know what? We'll have a nation of millionaires.
Well, I would say people with money teach their kids that stuff. So it's like, but it's missing out of the like public school system because they want a nation of workers.
That's what I was just saying, though. But this is a different age than it was back then too. You have to learn how to make money to be more than just a worker nowadays, because there are very few jobs that are just worker jobs anymore. You need smarter people. You need people that understand this. You need people that are going to start working for a reason. And the best reason you can give them is themselves.
Let me read this comment. It says, we're going to pay interest or inflation. Choose your sacrifice. I mean, and that's a fair comment, but you know, it doesn't have, back to the system. It doesn't have to be this way. Like, and a huge chunk of the inflation is these corporations price gouging the shit out of us. They're freaking their profit margins have been out of this world since COVID, and they said that they had supply chain issues and all of that.
Corporations are legally bound to maximize profits.
Well, that's the problem.
That rule right there is part of how we went from ethical corporations to money gouging corporations.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's why they're always talking about the investors, because everything is about that. It's like, oh, well, we have an obligation to our investors, so we gotta fuck over.
It is. It's a legal obligation, and the bad thing is, the investors can sue the company if
for
they
not
think
maximizing.
If they sit there and they try to go, okay, we're going to give all of our employees an extra 3 days off. We're going to bump everyone up a couple of dollars an hour and all of that. The shareholders can get together and sue them and stop that from happening. And they can even override the board of directors if they have enough votes. They can completely vote that down because it is a violation of them maximizing profits.
Well, you're pointing to a systemic issue right there.
Well, like I said, I'm pointing to a specific legal ruling that needs to be looked at and adjusted. Remember I was talking about linchpins? That's the linchpin. That law is the linchpin law that will allow freer competition for workers. Because once you unpin that law, all of a sudden corporations can go, okay, well, you're only going to make 5% on your return instead of 7%, but we're going to get the best workers in the industry, which is going to make our product better, which will allow us to make more money in the future.
Yes.
Corporations will start treating their people right and going for long-term profits instead of short-term.
Yes. So, and that's where I think that a lot of things, sometimes it's not about the money. It's this class system that we have,
the turn and burn mentality with companies.
Yeah.
They don't make a quick burn sell. What can we tear them apart and sell the parts for? Do they have a really big slush fund to pay off all their employees when their employees retire? Well, let's take that, dissolve the departments, dissolve the companies, and give them all release packages. And now we have that big lump of cash that they've been setting back is now ours because there's no longer a company or employees.
So shady. It's that
Watch the movie Wall Street. That's a really good movie to illustrate literally what I call modern day piracy. It's done in the boardroom, not on the ships anymore.
It's that exponential growth. It's that over last quarter stuff.
So you walk the plank, you get sacrificed to the SEC.
And that's why they do these stock buybacks, because that's what pushes the stock prices up, and then boom, they got
It
money
also
for the
reverts
investors.
control. It also reverts control of a majority of that stock back to the company, making the company more powerful than the stockholders. They can also then redistribute those stocks amongst stockholders and as bonuses and stuff like that as well.
Yeah, and to the employees, trying to talk them into buying the stocks. Every company is doing that now. It's on the wall when you walk through the company. It's like it's all of this. Let's call it propaganda to try to get you to buy the stocks within the company that you work for. But back to the inflation thing, we don't, because this guy made the comment, we're going to pay interest or inflation, choose your sacrifice. But it's like, we don't have to be printing money left and right. Like she said, we could be taking money out of circulation, and that'll drive up the value of the money instead of printing money every freaking 5 minutes.
Dude, that's something else that I've been saying that for since we started talking about all this. I've been saying that they should take a certain amount of money out and just burn it every year.
Well, they already do that, but they
don't. No, they don't. They take money out of circulation. They take old bills out of circulation. They print more to make up for those. They don't take that much money out. It's just the bills, the physical bills, and then they print more to replace those. So if they take $40 billion in old bills and burn them, they're going to print $40 billion to put back into circulation to replace those. Personally, I think they should just burn the 40 billion and not replace them.
And that just makes sense. Like, the stuff that we're doing doesn't make sense. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get out of here, y'all, because I have to work a double tomorrow. They have my ass working upstairs tonight too, and I'm fucking tired. I was running up and down the damn stair. I worked a double today. I gotta work a double tomorrow. And I don't want to be too exhausted. I'm only gonna get a few hours of sleep, and I don't want to be too exhausted. Then I won't be able to do the show tomorrow. And it's a lot of stuff I didn't get to cover. Let me read a couple more comments on this before we get out of here. It says, I support the anti-capitalist sentiment, but this is kind of misinformation, but also some parts are accurate. These are comments underneath the thing the chick was just saying about basically talking about inflation, interest rates. Another one says, great intro to MMT. You should interview Stephanie Kelton. Another one says, aren't we the folks buying government bonds for our retirement? Yes. They incentivize you to buy government bonds because they're some of the safest bets that you can do because they're backed by the government. So no matter what happens, these are safe bets.
Yeah, that's any person that gets you start doing the chunk of money thing, you always put some of the money into, at least a chunk of the money into the government bonds. They normally net you 4 or 5%, not a whole lot, but again, they're guaranteed. And then you can do short-term ones and you can do long-term ones too. I mean, there's some that are only like 6-month bonds. So
yeah.
You dump whatever you have in there and you just keep rolling it.
Like
and
the
it doesn't make a
CDs.
lot, but it's steady. It's guaranteed income, and it's not taxable on the federal level for income, but you do need to check with your state, which I believe our state it does not have government taxes on government bond dividends. I know Florida doesn't.
It's hard to get people to it's like you get put this money up and you can't touch it for whatever it is, 2 years, 6 months, 3 years, 5 years, or whatever it is, and then you get those returns after that duration of time passes. But it's hard to get people to like get on board with those kinds of things because again, it's like what you were saying a minute ago. Everyone wants that quick flip. They want that 3 months and my money is flipped, and it's like the slow and steady always wins the race, right? That's how it goes with everything. Even when you're talking about stocks, slow and steady wins the race. So another one that says, "Here comes Kid Rock and Joe Rogan fans making $36,000 a year, but willing to put their life on the line for a billionaire." Another one, they worship these damn people. Another one that says, "This country is not set up so that the average citizen is taken care of." So there's a point at the systematic issues that needs to change. The regular folks have little to no chance.
See, that statement is sad. That the average citizen is taken care of. That's coming from an entirely wrong mentality. The government is not here to take care of us. They are not mommy and daddy.
I agree with that, but
at spending money. They're horrible at making rules. They're horrible at enforcing rules. They don't do what's in our best interest. They don't allow us to do what's in our best interest. Why the hell do we want them to have more power over us? Why do we want them to take care of us when all they've proven is they do those things badly?
Well, we could put the government to the side and talk about the financial system because it takes care of certain groups, And like I say, the average person don't have much of a chance. It's like, what was the quote, the Trump quote? He said, "I started off with a small $1 million loan and I never looked back." And it's like, well, if I had someone to give me $1 million loan, I think I could make some pretty damn good moves too. But I don't have someone to give me $1 million loan.
If you had made different choices when you were young, knowing that the way things would have done, you also would be a millionaire plus by now. But we didn't know. We didn't know how to do it. We didn't know the steps to go about it because we were never taught. These rich guys and all that, yeah, they get taught. They get grown up into it and all of that. Any of us can do it once we understand how.
But you can know how, but if you don't have that seed money, you don't have that seed capital, then
the thing of knowing how is knowing how to come up with that. The truth is that seed capital is not that difficult to get. It can be done, but we chose different paths. Instead of getting that seed capital, we chose a different life path where instead of saving and to invest, we lived lives. And it does have a lot to do with choices.
Yeah, well,
choices that we never knew we had. Choices that we never knew we had. Decisions that we didn't understand what we were making when we did. And that goes all the way up until 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 8 years ago with me. If I had known 10 years ago what I learned during the lockdown, I would have had money to make it through the lockdown. I would have been okay.
Yeah, you could say that, and you could be like, you could save and come up with your own seed capital, but the system is not designed for that to actually be practical. Most of us are paying
you can get $100,000 loan with less than $3,000.
Where are you gonna get $100,000 loan with $3,000?
All kinds of places. Plus, there's programs. Plus, you keep saying no, 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 but you never will research for yourself. And I've told you sites, and you haven't checked them out. It is possible. People that are doing this now did that. That's how we're learning about it being possible. Because people are finally talking about it instead of, it being the big secret of the rich. People are going, this is how I went about getting my capital, my little bit together, and then used it to do this, and then this.
Well, what I'm saying is the system is not conducive to that. Even if we're looking at a $3,000, most of us are just paying our freaking our rent and whatever, like just to get by. We're talking about the prices of groceries, the price of gas. It's like however much you're making on your check, and like most of us are, they came out with a report on the percentage of Americans who are living check to check. Like, if you're living check to check, you're not having that $3,000 left over at the end of the month to freaking make an investment with it. Like, you're just trying to freaking survive every month. Like, you're paying your rent, paying your light bill.
I'm pretty much still living out of a freaking hotel room, and I'm doing better now, $30,000 in debt, than I was 6 months ago, scraping week to week. It can be done.
So
I took myself from having 500. I had 600 credit score 3 years ago, and I had over 700 2 years later because of using what I learned. I had, what was it, $2,000 easily available on credit to drop as a down payment and already have that paid off because I used my purchase as an asset. Instead of buying a car to cost me money, I'm buying a car and it's making me money. It's possible. I'm already looking at pieces of property and houses and things like that to do a house purchase within the next year to year and a half. And I'm doing this all from absolutely flat nothing 2-3 years ago. And I would have done it quicker if I didn't have the fear of taking a risk and a chance. I'm keeping my nuts tucked and I haven't done anything, and now all of a sudden I have, and shit's fucking moving. It can be done. The possibility is out there, but you've got to learn to use the system. You've got to learn how the credit system works, how to manipulate it, take advantage of it and it's everything I've done is mostly legal. There's a little gray area where I might be told, well, you really shouldn't be doing that. Don't do that again, and we won't,
Yeah.
But it can be done. And it bothers me when everyone says, oh, it can't be done. No, you've given up. That's the only argument you're making with me, is you've given up. You haven't investigated, looked, tried, because I'm making it happen.
Yeah. Well, personally, I haven't given up. I'm making all kinds of moves, but this country is set up for criminals, man. It's like that's the lick. Let me read this. It says the banks are just creating the money as loans too, with no reserve requirements at all post 2020. They blue pedo money up out of the keyboard and then charge interest for it forever. The mechanism is a crucial driver of the infinite growth obligation that's eating the world and accelerating capital carcinogenic multiplication. There's more debt than money, literally, and money is debt, literally. Bankruptcy is inevitable, and anyone using money for banks has to create more money than previously existed to pay off their interest. That's without all of the other feedback loops that constant cyclical consumption need for job growth, competition in the market, and so on, driving endless cancerous growth for the sake of growth. To call this unsustainable wouldn't even touch how insane all this is. Our whole society is basically run by a mad algorithm of number go up. We don't have to live like this. There are alternatives. So yeah, like he said a lot here. So it's like
It's like in a video game when you get to the higher levels. It's not just like 1, 10, 20. Now it's got to be 1,000, 2,000. And in the 90s, instead of 1,000 and 2,000, it had to be 8,000, 10,000, 14. And now it's got to be 150,000 damage. Ooh, 3 million strike, damage. It's like, it's almost like the numbers mean nothing.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's just like on the computer screen, the numbers going back and forth, but they don't really represent anything tangible or anything that's actually real. Like it's just numbers floating around back and forth on the computer screen. Like it's not really real. It's like a video game. Like I was reading something somewhere and they were talking about like if you added up all the real assets in the whole world, it only comes to like 7 trillion or some shit like that. And that's like everything, resources, everything. But you have numbers floating around that well exceeds that. So it's like what does it represent? Like what is it, what is it backed by?
Well, here again, we have another one of those stupid comparisons because, you can set a certain value on resources, but then you've got manufactured, finished, and refined products that come from those resources. So what are you setting the value on? Because if it's raw resources, of course there's going to be more value out there because when you change the raw resources into goods and things like that, you increase their value. So yeah, there's going to end up being more value out there than there are resources. See, that's one of those where it's like, let me ask some questions about your data.
Yeah, I got to get out of here, y'all. I got to go. So what, Doc? You finna go drive again? Are you done for the night?
Yeah, I'm kind of done. I had a day that things went kind of bad, and I feel my luck on the line a little bit. So I'm like, back off. I had a day. I backed into a little something, forgot this. This went wrong. That went. It was just one of those days where luck was not with me. And it's like, you know what? I'm going to take a few days off from driving, not be responsible for myself or anything, get over what the heck this negative mojo is.
Yeah. Take a little break, a little mini vacation.
Well, to be fair, I've got enough for my next car payment. So it doesn't hurt me to take a week off.
Yeah.
At least of that job. I'm still working at the restaurant too. So
Well, before I go, let me ask you this, because the title of the show is Asylum with No Walls. So imagine an asylum with no walls. The doctors and the patients like wear dress the same, so you can't distinguish between them two, and there's like no security. So, like, imagine that. What do you vision? What does that say to you?
Liberal utopia.
Mm.
The world
Okay.
they're striving for.
Mm.
Mind control, thought control, Big Brother watching over. You will comply. 15-minute cities. Oh, well, you've only got enough carbon footprint allowance to go to Austin. You can't go to California, you know. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Your allowance of beef has put you over your carbon footprint, so you can only have vegetables for the rest of the week.
Mm. Or bugs.
Well, there's a certain
Insects.
amount of insect product that has always been allowed in our food that most people don't realize. But yeah, I know they're going to like maggot meal and stuff like that nowadays.
Mm.
Or you could always get less of a carbon footprint if you use the protein printed steaks.
Mm. The 3D printed. I don't know. It seemed like that would have a carbon footprint too. I mean, it's got to use some kind of energy to work the machine.
Dude, I don't eat yogurt because the shit's grown from a culture. Why would I want a steak grown from cell cultures?
Mm. I barely understand that shit. I ain't gonna lie. But
I
yeah,
understand it just enough to know that I'm not interested.
yeah. Well, you hit the nail on the head, because that's really kind of where I was going at with the idea of asylum with no walls. I'm thinking of the world that we living in right now, present day. It's like it's like a damn hospital ward, but there's
Dude, they've boxed us off and trapped us in by the opinions that they want us to have. If we think or speak outside of the box, we are censored. We are taken off of social media. We are not given the attention that we feel like we deserve. We are punished by ostracization. We are put in a corner. We get the dunce hat put on us. We get our jobs taken away if we don't conform. That is an asylum with no walls. There's no walls stopping me from being free. It's the pressure of the social media. It's the pressure of the government. It's the pressure of, well, if I say this, if I really speak my mind, they're going to stop me from being able to work. They're going to follow me around and get me fired and fired. And then I become homeless. I lose everything. It's fear. It's a culture of fear, but everyone's kept in place.
by that fear. And like the craziest thought about it for me is like when you talk to somebody, you don't know if they're a patient or a doctor.
Who says they can't be both?
And then it's the drugs too is another part of it. It's like the doctors are prescribing you drugs, and you're prescribing yourself drugs. It's
Theory of a Dead Man, Medicate. Listen to that song if you haven't.
yeah, self-medicate.
That's that one I turned you on to that day, and you started
Yeah,
listening to the band for.
it's on my playlist. It's on my playlist. It pops up every now and then. A. Smith says fake food is worse than hormone food to me.
It is, because they also can print it with the hormones. They can also print it they can also print it and encode RNA in there to where they can print that steak and they can prevent the Fauci algae. They can print the Fauci algae into it to where you get it in your body by consuming it. Bioengineered food is they've already talked about veggies and stuff like that being able to put the Fauci algae chemical into the food so it will be absorbed into your metabolism through eating the food.
Well, let me ask you this. How do you escape an asylum with no walls?
Well, there may be no walls, but there are boxes. And you can always fight to get out of your box, the one that they put you in. Because truthfully, only by staying in that box do they stop you. That's how they stop you from being free. Is by keeping you in that box. So you got to question the box. Like everyone, I got to stop and correct people sometimes when they accuse me of being a Republican or a right winger. It's like, yeah, not really. I tend to lean that way, but let's talk about a few other things. And a few other things I'm pretty far left wing on. And so it's like, I'm not in a box. And I'm not going to let someone argue me into that box. They can put me in one for their own convenience. But just because I'm in your box does not mean that's my box. And that's where you are free. Your box is only restricting as you make it on yourself.
A. Smith says mentally. And that's basically the answer that Doc said, but with a lot more words. He says, keep that mental strong and you'll be good. Yeah, so refuse those boxes that they put us in, because we don't fit them.
We were just talking about a box. It can't be done. It can't be done. Yes, it can. You're in a box where you're at. You don't see the way out of that box. I was in a box and I said, this is not my box. How do I get out of this box? And I did. I broke out of that box. And now that gave me to realize that the thing that's been keeping me in that box is because I've been letting other people define that box for me. When they should only be able to define that box for themselves. I will happily be for you, or I will happily exist in whatever box you choose to put me in your own mind. But I am not going to restrict myself by how you think of me or what you think my capabilities or my limitations are. Say, I self-doubt myself enough to let someone else limit me anymore.
Amen. I got to get out of here, y'all. Peace and love. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. I have got to go. I'll be back tomorrow.